I'm muted. I wish Carol would come on because then she'll tell me I'm muted. Let's wait for another few people to come on, but it doesn't matter because this is going where it needs to go. Let me just check if it's going on to Facebook because I've had a lot of problems with Facebook. It's on Baba Bertha. But I'm not sure if it goes on to Facebook. I have to send them a link. So please be patient with me. It's I think it's on YouTube, Twitch. I turned my phone off because I keep getting this Telegraph thing coming through, which is fight for Trump. Continuous, which I really don't need to hear because I think I know what's going on. Thank you. I hope you're all well, guys. I hope you've had a beautiful day or you're having a beautiful day, whatever part of the world you're in. Here in the UK, I'm just going to check. I've got to use a different phone now because I can't get on my Facebook app anymore. And if we're not on here, I've got to send them the link so they can go live. What a nightmare. Hang on. You try on Chrome. I'll try on Chrome. I just want to give you a little bit of a post-mortem of the interview I just did. We went right down that rabbit hole and further. And I just really chatted about everything that we feel is going on, which I can't put on here or on YouTube. So you will, yeah, Twitch has gone on. Okay. Has Facebook gone on? Sorry about this. Just have to hang on a second for me to get on Facebook. There we go. I've got to go on Chrome because I can't use my Facebook app anymore. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I'm live. There you go. I'm live, but I can only watch it in the app. Okay, I'm live. So just very quickly, let's put a message. Okay, post-mortem. Hey guys. Join me live. Post-mortem of interview with Elaine. It's so exciting to be able to go out there and do the real interview, the real interviews that I did 9 months ago, which I could do again today. Thank you. Which is not going to go on YouTube, obviously. There will be a section. There you go. There will be a section. Let me just copy the link. This is not going to go on YouTube, obviously. There will be a section. There will be a section. Right. Where's my Facebook from? Right. There will be a section. I'm just going to put a link so people can join us if they want. Yeah, here we go. Fight for Trump. Continuously on Telegram. Continuously. I'm getting the same thing come through. Right, let's have a look at what's coming through on Telegram. It's continuous. Annoying. Right, Project Veritas. Thank you. Yes. Continuous. Deborah. Telegram surpassed 500 million, something like that. Okay. But it's annoying me because it keeps pinging every 5 minutes. Okay. Right. So basically, I did an interview on YouTube for you with Elaine, and that's just about the silver linings of the lockdown. The silver linings of the lockdown, guys, and there are a lot of silver linings. And so we looked at that, And that was really a lot of fun without being aloof and without upsetting people that have lost a lot. The silver linings of the lockdown. Okay, so I'm going to be editing all night, and then you will get that interview. And then the rest of the interview, we went really deep, and we talked about everything. We talked about what's really going on, what could be going on. And what it boils down to is just really having trust. That's it. Being patient and having trust in something that is incredibly powerful, more powerful than you and me, yeah, and that knows exactly what to do. And apparently has already won. Okay, so you get your popcorn. That's all I can say. But, we delved and we talked, and I talked a lot because I haven't had a chance to talk a lot. So it's more like a fun discussion than an interview. And you will be able to go on and watch Elaine and her incredible high consciousness about what could be happening or what is happening. And so that's all I really wanted to say, because I haven't eaten anything yet and I've got to sort something out. Hopefully I'll have an interview with Jason Shurka soon, and we'll do the same thing. We'll do the easy, innocent stuff, messages of light and how he woke up on YouTube, and then we'll take it into a more serious conversation. I'll do the same thing with Charlie, where we will do a very gentle interview, and then we will take it into BitChute and Brand New Tube. And that's it, guys. So all I can say to you is I love you, take care, and watch the interview when it goes on. It will be called Positive News with Elaine Searle or something like that, or just the positive news, and I will tell you. And then in there, in the description, it will say, please join us. And I keep saying it on the interview anyway, so you'll know. So you join us on BitChute, and the rest of the interview will be chunked down because it's going to be too long. I can't get the interviews on BitChute. They have to be chunked down so they go on quicker. Okay, I love you lots. So you're looking at an interview. It's going to be fun, this interview. Well, we just set free. Yeah, like I haven't been able to do for a long time. Everything will come out, the rabbit hole, all right? Everything that we can think of in order to help, in order to enlighten, in order to entertain, in order to try and help you to get information to people that you might want to get it to as well. To keep us on a really high vibration. And yes, I talk a lot. I'm telling you that now. And I do apologize for talking a lot sometimes in this, but it's not an interview. It's more a discussion where we're dissecting and looking and thinking and having fun with everything, with no censorship. Okay, I love you lots. And I just want you to think about the names of the social media as well. Facebook, physical, Facebook. I can read you like a book from the face. I figured this out, it just came through me. Twitter, the mind that's telling you, I can't do this, I'm not good enough, I'm not beautiful, I'm not young, I'm not happy, I'm not. Okay, the opposite to what you really are, which I do sometimes. Twitter. Okay, then you've got TikTok, which goes beyond, obviously hypnotizing you like a clock. TikTok. What did the therapists use in the old days? Yeah. Okay. Also, to keep you stuck in time when time doesn't exist. Then you've got Instagram. Instant. Everything's got to be done really quick. Insta. You want the news and you want it now. You want liberation. You want it now. You want to see. You want to know. You want to see the kids. Why would anybody show you those poor innocent babies? Why would they put them through anything? They have to be protected and looked after. And when it's time, you will see them if you're meant to. Right? Insta. Oh, I can't believe this. Why is this not happening? Why is that? Oh, he said that and she said that and it's not happened. Because you can't. If you know how an army operates, and that's all I can tell you, they operate, they're not going to tell you. All right? Get your popcorn and behave. And go on BitChute and watch Baba Bertha, because she might be giving you away some snippets. That's all I'm saying. This is your opportunity to go inside and trust. That's all I can say on here. But when we go on BitChute with Elaine, it'll take me a couple of hours to edit. Please watch it, because we will dissect everything and look at everything. But the conclusion we come out with is that we don't know anything, and no one does. I cannot believe that one person knows everything. So don't think that when you watch those particular people, which are amazing and are giving us their energy day and night, and you know who I'm talking about, who I will be on their interview next week, Charlie. I'm going on again. I can't wait. On Tuesday, I'm going to delve deep with him, and I'm going to do an interview to be proud of, which will go on BitChute. Not just on the surface, but the real gut stuff. Ask anything you need. Send me your messages, your questions. What I'm telling you here is you have to watch everything with a pinch of salt, codes, and watch the timings. Watch the timings, okay? Watch what's in between the times of the messages. Watch the way things are put out in capitals or different words. Sit there and research, and do not believe anything except what your gut tells you. Because your gut knows everything. You know everything. Okay? So don't go complaining to anyone, say, oh, it didn't happen. It's not happening. Everything is happening according to plan. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And you will have a world where you will be proud to be part of, and your children will have lives and long last, because I can't say any more in here. But everything is on that interview, and I love you lots. And again, there's no answers. We're not giving answers. We're just giving you interesting facts and interesting things for you to research yourself. And that's how we have to live now. Don't take anything. I can say with my hand on my heart that I don't take medication. I never will. And if people don't like me because of it, there is no mental illness. There is no BPD. I'm not going to talk about other conditions, because it's just a conglomerate of needs and shocks and what you learned and value systems and beliefs. That's all. There is none. There is none. And when you are in the space that I am, you are perfectly balanced and focused. You can do anything. And I do. I've had people said, I won't work with you because you're not all there. You're insane. You won't focus. Yeah, right. But the minute you put me into a job, and I've been in my job for 9 months now, results happen. I keep moving on TV alive every single night because I'm sleeping during the day like a vampire. Every single night. It's now nearly 11 o'clock. I haven't had anything to eat. I've got to go and eat. I hope you're enjoying the programs. I've got to program in a positive way. I've got to put on what's coming on tomorrow's Encounters Wednesday. So it's all going to be moving on theatre and entertainment and all the blogs of what we did when we went to Edinburgh. And it's going to be so exciting. Maybe you can watch it if you want. There'll be entertainment all through the day, moving on theatre, encounters, the Zooms. If you're a talented entertainer and you want to sing, come on board Moving on TV. We have a Zoom tomorrow. It starts at 5 o'clock. I can't believe it's Wednesday again. I will send you the Zoom. Just get in touch with me if you want to sing or act. We do acting mainly at the moment. But we're coming together as a theatre company. Okay? From 5 o'clock tomorrow, whoever's on there, we will work with them. Tonight, I will be putting on, I'll be working. I've got to edit and I've got to get on the schedule for tomorrow, because we're still in the community show. I'm going to go now and put on some community programs for you. I love you lots. And over the night, it will be, I don't know, community, everything that can come, I think of, insomniacs. I'm not going to be singing. I'm too tired. As I said, I sleep. I go to bed at about, I don't know, I think I went to bed at 9 a.m. and got up at 6 p.m. to do the interview with Elaine. That's how my life is at the moment, back to front and inside out. I love you lots, guys, and I'll get going on editing. I'll put it on BitChute as soon as I can, and then I'll let you know. But watch the YouTube one first. Hopefully that'll go on. I don't know. I'll do my best to get it on tonight. I'm going to be working non-stop, so I gotta go and eat. But now we are still in Community Tuesday. So let's see. Did I create a schedule? I can't remember. Community Tuesdays, all the amazing people in the community, every one of you, the Bird Lady from High Wycombe. I think I'll put the Bird Lady, but I have to put a program that'll go on for a bit. Let's see, what have we got here? We've got the schedule that ended at 12 p.m. No, sorry. The schedule for today, which ended, that was January the 12th. It ended at 12 p.m. No, there was another one with Martin, wasn't there? There was the hypnotherapy with Martin at 7:30, I think. These are all old ones. Hang on. I think the schedule ended at 7:30 with Martin's hypnotherapy. I really have to go and eat because it won't be good if I don't eat. I have to sort something out for tomorrow as well. Right, okay. The last schedule, this is the last one I've got. This is the last one I've got. Yeah, ended at 7:30. Okay, Community Tuesday. Okay, so now I have to carry on because it's 11, and I've got to give you some community programs, and then I'm not sure what you'll get after that. Wish me luck. I've got loads of editing to do, and I've got a program for tomorrow. You always get 8 a.m., 7:30 p.m. hypnotherapy letting go with Martin. 12 p.m. is Paul McDonald and shamanism every day at 12 p.m. The rest of it will be entertainment, encounters and Zooms and everything I could. So I've got to go and program all of that for you guys. If not, then I'll have to be awake during the day to give you. Well, usually we start from 8 a.m. and then I've got to program things in between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. and then Paul is at 12 and Martin's at 7:30, so I've got to program things in between there. And then I come on here in the evening and give you the entertainment. No, we've got Encounters Zoom, live Zoom tomorrow from 5 till 9. So join us. So there won't be anything from 5 till 9, and then I will put on the Zoom straight for you to watch the Encounter Zoom as I edit. That's it. That's it. I can put on the tame interview, but I'm not going to because it's about community now. I love you lots. I'm just about to put on something from the community show. Enjoy. Something that goes on for a while, hopefully. The community show. So I can go and eat and you can watch something. Probably, so, how about a book show? Let's put on a book. Let's put on the book show for you. Right. I'm going to put on the book show. One we haven't seen yet. Let me try and download it. It's Dane Cobain. I did a big interview with Dane Cobain about his book. A book show is part of the Community Tuesday. Let me see if I can download it, because sometimes at night it's harder to download things. Let me see. Let's go on the book show. The book show. I'll try and download it for you. If not, I'll give you one that I've already got. Alison DeMarco, maybe. The book. It comes up. I've got Ram Dass. I've got, here he is, Dane Cobain. That's a nice one. 42 minutes. Come on, please download. Brilliant. And Ram Dass. Let's get Ram Dass. Ram Dass was, it won't let me. Okay. It will let me. Dane Cobain. Cool. Okay, you've got the interview with Dane Cobain coming up about his book, and then afterwards I'm going to try and get Ram Dass, and this is about Amma. You know Amma, the one who hugs everyone. It just wouldn't let me download that one because I'm downloading the one with Dane. So let me try and download it a different way because you're going to love that one. Right, download. And as I download, and I'm going to get something to eat, and then I'm going to be editing the amazing interview and doing the plan for tomorrow. The schedule for tomorrow. I'm going to do that. Help! I need support. Could someone come and do some work for me? Hang on. I'm going to let you in on the secret now. No, I'm only kidding. There are 10 Laurens clones. 10 clones doing the work for me. All these different Laurens, I wish. Okay, let's download. Let's see if I can download this interview because you're going to love it. You're going to love it. And why do I still get all these awful things when I try to download? Still getting these awful things when I try to download off YouTube. So absolutely disgusting. Whoever is running these companies for downloads, they're disgusting. Right. Hopefully they'll be gone soon. Okay, the bookshelf again. Bookshelf. Now I want to try and get this down. Now it won't let me. Okay, that's annoying. I hate it when it won't let me download my own programs because the reason I have to download my own programs, I'll tell you in a sec, is because the external hard drives, some of them got corrupted in my laptop, which is a real nightmare. Because everything was on there, all my programs, I save everything, obviously.
Good grammar and spelling are important, but if you want to write essays that inspire...
See, how come there's an advert on my program when I'm not monetizing? Right, so I need to get rid of that. Okay, let's share this link. I don't want my videos monetized. I don't want anything monetized. I'm not prepared to bow down to their disgusting adverts. I want nothing to do with their adverts. Okay, let's get the download thing going now. Because this is an amazing interview. He was in India, I think, when I interviewed him. And he was in India when I did this interview with him. Yeah, what is wrong with Y2 mates, for God's sake? Why am I getting all these pictures I don't want? Thank you. I just want to download an interview if you don't mind. Yeah. That one doesn't have sound. Okay, we'll do it in the week. The download is ready. Where is it? Oh, is it? Okay. Welcome to the bookshelf. It's really good. Okay. If I could only figure out how to share the screen, I could show you the interview. But if I could figure out how to share the screen, I could show you the interview, but I can't do that, so I've got to try and download it. And it's not working. It's just a nightmare. It won't let me download off YouTube at the moment for some reason. But it has downloaded Dane Cobain. How amazing is that? Thank you, God. Right, now I'm going to try and download this one. But I really want you to watch this one with Ramdas. Okay. It's about he wrote a book about Amma, the nun who hugs everyone, and you're going to love it. Because all the interviews have been there, but people haven't watched them because they didn't know they were there. So now you can. Now you can. There we go. Oh, come on. Not download. We just do it that right then. Oh, for God's sake, download. Just download. No, I don't want to add to Chrome, thank you. Oh, Jesus. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hey, I figured it out. Okay, if you want to download your programs from YouTube or you want to download anything, make sure it's at a low resolution of about 360 because that's the only way they'll download, it seems, from some of these companies. But what really gets to me is these disgusting companies have that I'd rather not have on here, and it's time we got rid of them, and they're not gone yet off the internet. Okay, so I'm going to put on Dane Cobain and the book show so I can go and eat and edit and get the schedule ready for tomorrow. So I hope you enjoy this, guys. The book show with Dane Cobain. Oh, they're both ready. Okay, I'm actually choosing because I want to watch it as well. It's a long time since I've watched it. There are a few issues here with there's a few issues with the quality because it was on Skype, so you'll have to forgive me. It was on Skype. Let me just paste it in here. So I'll put it in here for the future. Okay. It was on Skype. And so because it was on Skype, the quality was coming from India. So there are issues with the filming. You'll have to forgive me with that, okay? But I did my best. There we go. And I hope you enjoy the interview. Let me know. Okay, so a second, I'm just going to put these into the community file. Community show. Tuesday, Community Tuesday. We're still on Tuesday. We're still on Tuesday, apparently. Right, and this one. Okay, so this is basically an interview with Ram Dass, a healer and a meditator who is in India, who wrote a book about Amma. Amma is the enlightened being that hugs everyone. She's known as the hugging nun, I think. Amma. And just paste it in there. There we go. Okay, and why is nothing showing up? That's not good. That's not good. Everything has disappeared. Okay, right, let's try again. Okay, so let me try and get this. So this is the book show with Ram Dass. Enjoy the community show and the book show with Ram Dass. Hopefully it's going to come up now. Hi, King of Kings. How are you, gorgeous? I did a massive interview with Elaine Searle. We dug right down into the rabbit hole. It's going to go on BitChute, but in the meantime, I've got to go and actually get it together and to eat because I haven't eaten anything. Okay, so I'm going to put on the book show for you guys to watch. And why isn't it here? Community show, the community show, community show, tower show. It's not here, it didn't copy. Okay, let's try again. I have to try again, just a second, sorry guys. Bear with, bear with. Someone said that in Miranda, I think. Why are the downloads not coming on? I've got a bit of an issue at the moment with the downloads for some reason. I can't do this. I need an assistant that I can go and eat. Someone to edit the big interview we did tonight. Please. Come on board, moving on TV. Okay, copy. Unity. I do everything as I'm talking to you. Good job, I love it. I love everything. I love the editing. I love doing everything. But something's gone a bit, oh, there it is. Okay, bookshelf, bang, bang. Paste. Okay, right, they're there. So why are they not showing up? They're in there. Why are they not showing up then? Hang on. Please show up so I can show people this amazing interview, this amazing book, which he talks about. If you have a book in you, come on the bookshelf. There we go. There's one. Is that it? We'll soon find out. We'll soon find out. Let's see if this is Den Cobain or Ramdas, the one I want. Yeah, there we go.
To the bookshelf.
Hey,
it's really good to have you
Enjoy
on.
that.
Thank you for letting me interview you. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you pretty well. It's a little echoey, and I'm very deaf. I'm really not good with my ears. So, if I don't understand something, be prepared for me to say what.
Okay. Yes, I remember reading about that. Basically, most of my viewers will not have heard of Rising in Love, and so I'm just going to say that this is a book. We're interviewing today. We're interviewing Ramdas Bachelder today about Rising in Love, which is a book about Amma, the hugging nun in India, and about his experiences, his journey as one of her disciples, but also his whole journey before he actually arrived there, and which is absolutely fascinating. And just very quickly, it's got 5 stars on Amazon, is that right?
Well, yes, it's got a 5-star rating. It's got 63 5-star reviews on Amazon.
Wow.
And so people are really loving it, and it's selling very well.
It's wonderful. And our own Russell Brand has actually given it a review. Beautiful book by an adorable lunatic about the incomparable Amma. I love it. I love it.
I'm flattered to be called an adorable devoted lunatic like Russell Brand.
Well, I love the references that you make to us lunatics, us people with mental health problems. And I love the way that you said that actually in the Eastern world, people who start to have visions and see God everywhere and hear voices are told to go to an ashram and meditate and get a guru. But unfortunately in the Western world, where half the population are being told that they're mad and being put on drugs and stuck into asylums. So I didn't know that about the Eastern world, but I think it's really, really important to highlight that in the interview. So tell us about the book. It's Mark, isn't it? Or do you go by the name Ramdas?
Well, actually, yeah, I go by the name Ramdas. Everyone, including the grandparents, calls me Ramdas these days.
They call you Ramdas these days.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So tell us about the book, because as I say, most of my viewers are not aware of the book yet. And I think it'd be wonderful if you could just give us a general idea for them.
Well, it's my autobiography, really, but the main focus is on my years with Amma, the hugging saint, who I met in 1987. And it also has a substantial section, as you mentioned, about the years before I met Amma, when I had a very powerful and profound spiritual awakening, but I didn't know anything about spirituality at the time. And so I went from, in my views, and when I was about 20, 21, to suddenly hearing God's voice, discovering that God was real, and becoming quite deluded about it. I was actually smoking heaps of marijuana. That was my primary spiritual path at the time. And it was very, very powerful for me. This is not a pro-drug book. It also, the fact that I was using marijuana drove me very close to insane. So I finally had to quit completely. But in those days, when I would smoke marijuana, I would have these very profound experiences and a direct communion with God, and even I guess it was the Kundalini was rising in a certain kind of way that I would glow with a visible light, that people who had never before seen an aura would see a glow around me. And so this was very exciting for my ego. I thought I was something very special.
Yes.
In fact, for a while I thought I was a Messiah. Because I had an experience of meeting an angel, and God was speaking to me, and I was glowing with a visible light. I mean, what else could it be? I had no other possible explanation. And largely that is because of, you could say, the stupidity of my upbringing. Or just you could say the cultural ignorance, in the culture I grew up in. We didn't know anything about saints. I didn't know anything about enlightenment. I didn't even know there was such a thing. And the whole spiritual path was completely hidden from me. And so when I started having these extremely powerful experiences, I didn't have any other context to put it in other than the Messiah story, which I had learned in church, of course, but had rejected along with everything else I heard in church. But suddenly, the reality of it was hitting me over the head with just like a ton of bricks, and so I became quite confused and deluded, and I went through a couple of years of kind of borderline craziness, of seriously on a manic phase, you could say, where I thought I was a Messiah, and then I went through a couple of very serious depressions also. Where the Messiah illusion fell away, and I plummeted into the despair of, oh my God, what have I done with my life? I thought I was completely insane. I thought I was a Messiah? What kind of idiot must I be? I saw myself through the eyes of my parents and other people who thought, wow, I'm so crazy. And suddenly I realized, oh my God, I did go crazy. What a horrible fate this is. What an idiot I am. And then after walking through very intense depression for some 6 months, coming right back out of it into another Messiah phase where the divine energy had come upon me again, and it was quite something to live through that.
Well,
but by the grace of God, I did live through it and didn't end up killing myself, and discovered meditation.
Yes.
And once I discovered meditation, which I didn't take a course in it. Somebody just said, oh, we have a meditation room here, why don't you give it a try? And I just sat down and very quickly discovered, oh my God, this is fantastic. I don't need marijuana anymore.
That came across in
very quickly my delusion fell away. Once I quit smoking marijuana, and I got established in a spiritual practice, which was simple meditation. I would just sit and pray and close my eyes and just watch what would happen in my body, and my mind would become quite deeply centered in God, and I would have beautiful experiences. And I was like, okay, finally I get it. And then I discovered, very soon thereafter, I discovered books about the saints of India. For instance, Be Here Now, by the American Ram Dass, the more famous one.
You said he came to your college when you were younger, but you had absolutely no interest in spirituality at all.
Not at all when I was younger. And I rejected it. I thought it was baloney. In fact, the same Ram Dass, the guy who's now in a wheelchair, he came to my college when I was there, and I was like, I couldn't care less. I don't know what that crap is, but it's baloney as far as I can tell, and I didn't even go.
Actually, your book is very funny, and the way you describe all the things you got up to when you were young, putting the string across the road and, and stuff like that, and urinating and then getting beaten up and mooning and stuff like that. And there's little anecdotes to how you were as a kid.
I was a very ordinary young American boy, and most of my mind was about sex and mischief. There was nothing particularly special about me. My parents they're both now reverends. They both went to Yale Divinity School, so that gave us a certain kind of they spoke in very complete sentences, let's put it that way. So we were raised with a certain level of intelligence, and they did bring us to church with a lot of dedication, with a lot of discipline. We were brought to church, but they didn't really believe what we were being told in church, and I didn't believe it either. They were too smart for the fundamentalist Christian thing, and they basically they really don't believe any of it. That's the truth. But they brought us for morality, to learn the ways of being a good person, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that I wasn't raised by fundamentalists, because I think that's much harder to break out of. At least we were given an open mind and the freedom to question. This we were given, the freedom to question baloney and call it what it is.
To be able to think in a different way. But let's go back to your first experience of spirituality as a young boy, and you said you were at the dentist, and you were having gas. They gave you gas, and you had this experience. How old were you?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I was 8 or 6 or something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe it was 7 or 8. Yeah, and I had a rather large gap in between my two front teeth, and they said, we've got to cut a tendon that's keeping the teeth from growing together. So that was what the surgery was about. And they gave me laughing gas. And I remember it very distinctly because it was a very powerful experience. I found myself way out of my body in the universe and spinning around. And I think that laughing gas brings this kind of motion. Anyway, spinning around in this ecstasy, and instead of the throbbing of pain, the throbbing was the spinning, going around this fantastic whirligig ride. And I remember looking at my human self in the dentist chair and thinking, this is the funniest thing, the absurd idea that I am the little boy in the dentist chair. It's so funny because I know now what I am. I am this infinite vastness that is made of bliss. And I'm so vast and so exquisitely divine and having so much fun that the idea that I was that little boy in the chair was just hysterical. And this is why I was laughing.
But then you didn't follow on. You carried on using a lot of marijuana and getting a lot of experiences of seeing God all over the place.
Eventually that started. Yes.
And then one day you ended up going to your you got into acting, into theatre. This is very parallel with my life, except I never took drugs. With me it was food. I was a food addict. But I never saw God. I never saw anything. But then you got into theatre and you got quite serious into theatre. But one day you went to your teacher and you told him you've had enough and you're going to follow the spiritual life. You're literally going to leave everything behind, and this is what's calling you, this spiritual life. Is that right?
Well, yes, I had been having this spontaneous spiritual awakening, even with marijuana. I was having more and more profound experiences of the divinity that is pervading everything, and everything I looked at, I was like, God and everything I saw. And it was such a powerful thing, and I was like, oh my God, I was having so many powerful experiences. I was just like, I can't do this and also try to be in a professional theater training program. It just seems like I have to give myself completely to this awakening, and I want to get out of this
Hello?
Yeah, I have to stop.
Of course. And then you discovered A Course in Miracles and Elizabeth Clare Prophet. As I say, my journey is so similar. The Violet Flame and A Course in Miracles, and they're so powerful. So you went to, you started to work on the Violet Flame and did the invocations. and you started to get that sense of peace and being connected to everything through the violet flame. Is that right?
Well, it was useful for me for a while to do those invocations. Shall I give an example? I am the violet flame in action in me now. I am the violet flame who lies alone I bow. I am the violet flame blazing like a sun. I am the same fire
every hour. Yeah, I love it.
I was doing some affirmations, and they're powerful. And one day I was alone in my little studio apartment in Brooklyn. And I was chanting another affirmation to the blue flame of the Armenian. I'm going to to that one. And the door of my oven
you
suddenly
talked about
blew
that.
open, and a tongue of blue flame leapt into the room 3 feet long.
That is a real manifestation.
Yes, it was a fantastic manifestation.
I love
wow, what was that? Like a
I love the way everything in the book is showing you something. You know, like Greg Braden talks about the world around us. Whatever happens to our cars or anything is manifesting what's going on inside us, and is a sign in some way of our journey. I love the story about the jacks, that you found a jack in the car, and you know, whenever anything goes wrong, you always realize that there is no wrong. Wrong is only there in order to show us the light, and you know, it's all of course in miracles and very, very similar to everything that I'm learning myself. So go on then. So you got into the violet flame and the blue flame.
Yeah.
And were you never scared of this?
And I was also doing psychotherapy. I mean, this was very important for me at a certain stage. It kept me from, it helped me, find my way out of my craziness and keep me from committing suicide, and finally led me to spirituality. It was that bridge between my crazy spirituality and my sane spirituality. It was psychotherapy, so that was very helpful. It helped me.
And you were very, very lucky. You're very lucky that your parents were determined to keep you out of the asylums when you were going through all of this.
Absolutely. Yes, I really have been blessed with amazing parents, and they were very, very kind to walk with me through my craziness. Even when I was very angry at them and blaming them for everything, they did their best to keep me out of mental hospital and keep me and pay for my therapy. I mean, they paid just so much money to keep me insane, and so I'm very grateful for that. They deserve angels' wings, I'm sure.
So you found a spiritual counselor that believed in you, that believed that what you were going through was spiritual awakenings.
That's right. She understood spirituality. She knew the Course in Miracles. She knew God, and she knew about reincarnation. So suddenly I had found someone who could understand what I was going through, because previously it was like I was the only one in my entire world who knew anything about what I was going through, and it put me in a very sort of strange position, because the knowledge I was receiving was so potent and so true that everybody around me thought I was just crazy. They didn't understand it. So to find someone wise who understood the basics and confirmed for me what I was going through, but helped me sort of find the right context for it, this was very good, very beneficial.
Now, I love your little anecdotes of going crazy. The bit about God taking your marbles, polishing them and giving them back to you. That is so amazing, because I have also got a mental illness, and half the people in the UK are being diagnosed, and I think it's really important to show them, you know, all these beautiful anecdotes of yours, and that made me laugh. That reminded me of Peter Pan, with, I can't remember his name, but he keeps losing his marbles. One of the characters. I can't remember his name, but that touched me, and you know, all the nutcases that you say come to Alma and everything. But anyway, moving on, why Alma? I mean, how did you get into that? How were you attracted to her ashram and everything?
Well, I met Alma in 1987 when she first came to the USA, and it's kind of a long story, but I went to a Buddhist center and told them I was interested in becoming a monk, even though I was living with a woman at the time, and my first good girlfriend.
Yes.
But so I told this she was actually a Zen nun. I told her I really wanted to go to India and become a monk. And she said, "Oh, there's a saint coming from India. Why don't you come and meet her in a couple of months? She's coming to our center in Boston." So I went to Boston, and there's this little brown woman up on stage singing this devotional music, and it was very powerful music. And then afterwards, people were going up in this little line to receive a hug from her. I thought, well, this is really funny. So I got on the queue, and I'm just as I get like 3 people away from her, this is Amma, the hugging saint, I start feeling this heat in my body, like this divine energy that seems to be coming from her. And I'm, well, this is pretty bizarre. What is going on here? So then I come up here, and she gives me a very beautiful, intimate hug, and she dips her finger in sandal paste and puts it here on my forehead for just a few seconds and looks right in my eyes, and it's very sweet. And I get this flash of lightning in my brain. And I eat the piece of chocolate that she gave me, and I'm
the chocolate
lightning flashing through my brain, and I'm like, well, this is really something, Like, I was like, you know what, I better stay one night and see her again the next day. And someone told me, oh, there's an opportunity to ask her questions. So I said, well, let me ask her about becoming a monk, So I stayed overnight in my car, and called into work sick the next day, and then went to the next program. And all night long, my brain was filled with these flashing lightning bolts. I wasn't sleeping well because I just apparently from the touch of a finger, I had this light show going on in my brain. I was like, this is not an ordinary human being. I don't know what exactly we have here. But so then the next day, there were about 35 people in the room. It was her first year there. And I thought to myself, well, instead of going right up for the first hug, why don't I sit here and just watch everybody going and imagine that I'm the one that's going up for the hug. So this way I can have 35 hugs.
Yeah.
So I sat there watching and imagining all these hugs, and after about 15 minutes I'm going into a very beautiful bliss state, having all these hugs in my imagination. Now when I finally get up to Amma for my own hug, she looks at me and she sees the sandal paste mark from the night before, because I hadn't even had the sense to wash my face, let alone take a shower. And she looks at me and says, "Oh, already had darshan." This is as if, you were trying to sneak in for seconds. What is this? And I said, no, this is from last night. She said, "Oh, okay." And then she gave me a hug anyway, but sort of gave me a suspicious look. And afterwards I thought, well, if she really didn't know that she hadn't hugged me already that morning, well then this is not my guru, because I know my guru, whoever it is one with God, omniscient, never misses anything.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe she was actually telling me that she knew that I had been out there imagining that I was receiving 30 hugs, and therefore she had already given me a hug.
Yeah.
And that was the truth of the matter, but it was too much for me to grasp. She's too subtle. You would be expecting someone who's there as a saint to be sort of showing off her divinity, right? To be sort of impressing everyone with how omniscient she really is. You wouldn't expect them to be actually hiding and sort of pretending not to know something that she obviously did know. This was more than I could understand, She was actually testing whether I had the wisdom to see through her disguise into the goddess that is right within that disguise. And this is still the case with her. She really embodies the divine mother of the universe. She embodies omniscience and infinite love.
So she sees into people's souls, and she knows exactly what they need to learn. So she's able to give you that message. Is that what you mean?
That's absolutely right. In other words, the image, one of the images I like to use to understand Amma is that she's like the infinite ocean of consciousness. And each one of us is like a little wave on that ocean. And she appears to be just another wave, but there's no ego in her. There's no barrier between her human self and the entirety of that infinite ocean.
So she
is already within each one of us. So the ocean is already within all the waves, so she knows all about us. She knows everything about us. So when we come before her, we're like, she sees us, she sees her own self, and she sees everything we've been through. She knows every moment that we've lived, and we are herself. We are her beloved children.
So in a way, it's when you talk about the healings that she's done, the people with cancer have gone and been hugged and and been healed. It's very much like Jesus. That Jesus never saw anything but health and love. And of course, in Miracles tells us that there is no death, there is no illness, there is no disease. So she's on that same vibration. That's what you're saying. That she is on the same vibration that Jesus and Buddha and all these, higher beings that we aspire to our brothers and sisters, as Jesus would like to say in Course in Miracles, and I like that. And so she's on that same vibration where you say in the book, from the time she was born, more or less, she was meditating. That she was already meditating,
she was born. She was born with the knowledge that only God is real. She was born with that, and she was born with a smile on her face, and she didn't cry when she was born. And within 6 months she was walking. So she was a very full little baby. she was a divine incarnation, and there's no doubt for me that's the truth. Although she does not get up and declare I am a divine incarnation, I'm the Savior. She doesn't do that at all. She just simply says, I'm your servant, and I'm your mother, and come and I'll help you, I'll give you compassion. And she demonstrates what she is by her daily life. You've watched her for just 2 days, and you can't help but be amazed and impressed by this is divinity in action.
So she completely turned your life around. I mean, forgive me if I say this, because I'm talking about myself here. And that I started out, as I say, I had an eating disorder, then I went on to the stage, and then in a way, I got addicted to lots of other things. And up until nearer the end of the book, it feels like you're addicted to her. You're addicted to her hugs. You can't live without the hugs. And then suddenly you realize, hang on a second, that's not it. She's everywhere. She's that consciousness, that love, and you felt that it was touching you everywhere you went. So you didn't need to be with her physical body. You knew that she was everywhere, and that's when that realization must have happened, that you don't need to be addicted anymore, because it was everywhere.
There's the addiction to the Guru's presence is the addiction that heals you of all other illnesses. And then finally, you're set free from that addiction as well. It's like it's revealed to you that of course the Guru was omnipresent, and the Guru was actually your true self. So finally everything falls away but the supreme reality, which is your own true being. Not something that you're getting from someone else. It's not like that. But the Guru embodies that supreme reality who you truly are. And so contact with the Guru of whatever kind, devotion to the Guru, it leads you to the discovery of your own true nature as being one with God. So then you don't need anything anymore. Then you become one who sheds light to other beings. But the grace of the Guru and contact with the Guru can lead you to that state.
She's able to manifest that consciousness that we call pure love, that Jesus talks about in the Course in Miracles, like he's on that vibration.
And she never leaves that state. That's my experience of her, is that she's established in that so fully and so permanently that her vessel is always overflowing. She goes 20 hours a day and sleeps for 1 hour or 2 hours and is back the next day to do the same exact thing. And while she's giving these hugging programs, she's also running a huge charitable network.
Yes, I love what
amazing work all around the world, and especially in India. But wherever there's a natural disaster in the world, she will send a team of volunteers. She will send money, clothes, food, medicine. Even $1 million she gave to the victims of Hurricane Katrina in the USA. This is from India. But
you talked about tsunami and all of that. But you talked about tsunami, that she supports a lot of the families, and you were actually in that you were actually there when it happened, when the tsunami happened?
Yes, I was there. My wife and I were there when the tsunami hit. We were up on the 10th floor in our apartment in the ashram, and we didn't even realize what had happened. But maybe it was only half an hour after the tsunami had come in that I went out of the balcony and saw, oh, what's going on? The river is full of all this garbage and all. Walk and phone, what happened? And I thought maybe somebody upriver had dumped a whole bunch of junk into the river. But one of our neighbors said, oh no, didn't you hear there was a tsunami? And there's another wave coming, you know, and then I go running down and I see, wow, the ashram is full of 3
I think
water.
I'm losing you.
And Amma is wading through the water, giving urgent instructions to her disciples to go out running into the community to save anybody they can save, because, you know, people drowned in the area.
Yeah.
There were something like 6 deaths in the peninsula where the ashram was located. None of Amma's devotees died, but there were people who were living in the community didn't suffer very much. And so there were old people trapped in buildings. And so her disciples come running out to take care, and she had everybody come across the river into her university campus. So she gave shelter to the whole community. And immediately started giving 3 meals a day to everybody and shelter to anybody who needed it. And then they started immediately to build a new set of shelters for anybody who had lost their homes. And these shelters were completed within 3 days. And you know, whereas the government, because of the usual red tape, was really not able to do much. They were just arguing and, you know, politicizing everything, but nobody not doing anything. And so Amma was able to immediately go and do what was necessary. And, you know, we were out there serving food. There were, I don't know, maybe 10 going to work with local villagers to come and get 3 meals a day. And we were participating in that. And doctors were there. Amma has a hospital right at the ashram, and also a very big and excellent hospital a few hours away. And so doctors had come, and they were setting up free medical clinics for everybody. And
but for yourself, that must have been a really frightening experience, going through all of that.
You know, I wasn't frightened. You know, but I mean, God knows, for the villagers who lost their family members, it was horrifying. Yeah. You know, I mean, the mothers lost their babies, and, you know, children lost their parents, and it was horrifying. You know, there's the videos. I mean, one of the things the ashram did was set up a mass funeral where all the bodies would be burned, and they could, you know, the last rites that everybody could be given. And it's pretty sad. You're watching the, you know, a coffin with a little baby in it of a young boy who has to do the funeral for his father who died, you know. So of course it's horrifying. And one of the things that Amma did, one of the many things, was there were mothers who lost their only children in the tsunami, and Amma, and these were ladies who had their tubes tied to prevent further births, and then they lost their only children. So what Amma did was she asked her main hospital to give these ladies new operations to untie the tubes and make it possible for them to give birth again. That's wonderful. And so there's interviews with these ladies who have been able to give birth again, and their gratitude that they feel.
So, I mean, the thing I really would love to ask is, I mean, I'm very open-minded about everything, and I believe in the power of love. I believe in prayer. I believe that we can heal anything, especially if we don't see the illness, as I said, in anyone. But why do we not know about her? I mean, I have heard about her on and off, about the hugging saint, but there are so many people that are sick and dying and in the Western world, and yet, why is it not out there? You know, do you understand what I mean? What's stopping all of this getting out there? Because we need, and also the other question was, can she train people to do what she does with whatever can she actually get people to that level where, obviously you're doing it with your book, and, you know, I'm doing it with my TV station. I'm hoping, you know, to make people happy and to raise the vibration and do the opposite of what the media is doing, you know, to show us which is showing us what we're not anymore. But what I'm trying to say is we need more ways of getting out there to the ordinary person that's walking up and down the street here and explaining to them that you don't have to suffer. So does she run training programs of any kind where she trains people up? I know you didn't get accepted as a monk, but... And she laughed.
Well, in a way, her ashram is like that. It's not. She's not training us all to go out and give hugs to everybody, but she's training us to attain the state of God realization. That's the ultimate goal of life, and the goal for all of us, to attain that state of merging in God, where we can become pure instruments of the divine. But it's not such an easy goal to attain. It's something that may take lifetimes to attain. You know, saints are rare. They're few and far between, and divine incarnations are even fewer. And so I would be lucky if I can actually become a saint in this lifetime. It's a fantastic quest, and I do my best to meditate every day and to do my best to merge and to become one with God. But it's a slow process. I can certainly testify that it's not so easy to suddenly become a saint. So that's one of the things that she's offering me. Training people really wants to attain realization. Well, you come here, serve, learn the ways of purity and divinity, and do your best. And by serving the guru and becoming part of this mission, where she's creating a tremendous amount of good karma, by contributing, you gain some of that karma for your own spiritual quest. So that is definitely one aspect. And the other aspect is, so don't wait to become God realized. Start serving now at whatever level you're at, and you're doing a beautiful job with your TV station. Exactly that. Whatever light you have, bring that candle out and shine it, because the world desperately needs people who are willing to speak up for spirituality and speak up for love and bring.
That actually came across so strongly for me. I woke up this morning and I sent you that email because I was very depressed yesterday. Because I was too stuck in what comes next and how and what, and I just came in today with an open heart and metaphorically was hugging everyone, and it was so powerful to be able to do that, thanks to the book and thanks to what came up inside of me, which was amazing. We just go out there and do the work and just see what happens. Don't worry about it.
I mean, everybody's got their song to sing, and I think you're singing your song beautifully. And the more that we do this, the more beautiful the song becomes. When we have the courage to step out and share our truth and speak up for God, speak up for light and love, and contribute in whatever way we can, the world becomes more beautiful. But God knows, the internet is an amazing tool for light and love if we use it that way, but it's also an amazing tool for the powers of darkness that want to confuse us and
but then
hypnotize us with garbage. So we have to speak up even more clearly now.
But then it's a beautiful way.
Our very best.
Sorry, it's beautiful the way you open the book with the darkness, and then as the book unfolds, we understand that the darkness is only there in order to bring in the light. It's the opposite. So it shows us what we are not anymore, what we're not anymore. I had this conversation with someone about angels today.
Ultimately it's all God's play. And so to be able to see God's play within the light and the dark, and therefore love everybody without me discriminating until you're not worthy of love. No, everyone is worthy of love. Everything is worthy of love. And to keep rising higher and higher in that love until we see that there's really nothing but love. And then we embody that love that shines out to everybody.
It was like when I was reading, it was like you were looking inside me as well, and the way you describe when we have an awakening, it's like, oh my God, I'm so amazing. And then this beggar walks into the house, into this room, and they're sleeping on the streets. They got no food, no money, and they're sleeping in the cold, and I couldn't do that. And it's suddenly, total humility, and I love the way you describe that in the book. I also like the way you say that you do these amazing meditations, and it's like, wow, I'm so in there. And then the next day, boom, you're right back again. You know what I mean? It's like we're human beings.
It's like that, isn't it?
You have to keep going and going and going. So beautiful.
That's right. You have to just persevere and keep surrendering to the Supreme Being. Have faith, and you have to walk through some hard times.
Brilliant.
And not an easy path. Not an easy path, but it's the path of devotion is very sweet, and we have that love. We have that, even that love carries us through the dark moments.
So you said there's a possibility, there's a big possibility now of a film. I can see that. It's so obvious, it's so visual, the whole thing. So who's going to play you? Who would you like to play you?
I don't know. We have to find the next young Brad Pitt. It's got to be. And hopefully Oprah can play Amma.
Oprah could play, of course. Amma, yeah. How old is Amma, by the way, in mortal youth?
I believe Amma is 62
Is she
years
really?
old.
Yeah, she doesn't look it at all.
Yeah, and still going. I mean, all night long and do these programs that it's just superhuman energy. There's no doubt that she's not a human being. There's something much more powerful working through her. And, I was sitting with Amma in India a couple of months ago in one of these programs she does in India where she's giving hugs to 40,000 people a day. Some of the Indian programs are huge, and she goes all day on a break. Maybe she'll take a 5-minute break, but still, we're looking at something absolutely incredible. And the amount of bliss that gets generated and the amount of devotion that gets generated in these programs is palpable. We can really feel, wow, she's just uplifted so many people in one day. And the joy that's generated is amazing. And it just occurred to me really deeply, well, this has never really been done before in history. There have been many masters, of course. There have been great saints, and there have been divine incarnations, and there have been Buddha, and there's been Jesus, and there's been Krishna, and many others. But nobody has ever before given 30 million hugs.
30 million hugs.
It's something new. This is like so completely accessible. I mean, there are great masters, but it's very about stuff. You maybe see them for 5 minutes a day or something like this. So it's very rare to find a master at all. But a master who you can hug every day,
30 million.
a master who's just in with the masses, giving everything she can to uplift everyone. I mean, there's no limit. It's just like this is something new. Although, of course, it's the same essence as Jesus and Buddha and Krishna, but this is something, this is something extraordinary.
Yes.
It's something really extraordinary. Oh, I'm thrilled to be connected.
As I say, it's completely changed your life, and you've had a completely different journey to the one that you thought you were going to have.
Absolutely.
And so you've written quite a few children's books as well. And do you think you might be writing another one now about for adults, or are you going to stop for a little while and take a breather and just relax?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not somebody who writes every day. I write when I get the inspiration and I feel sort of an inner command from Amma to write this book, and I get the clue and I go, okay, I'll start. But otherwise, it's that kind of meditation. That for me is the priority. Is that making a direct effort to attain God realization rather than sitting meditating. But so I don't know what will happen. I do have a couple of other children's books that are in the hands of artists. The text is finished, and then the artist, but to get the artist to come up with 25 paintings is not such an easy thing. So we'll see, when the art is finished, then I'll jump on the designing the book and editing the art and putting it together. But it's up to God to see, whether God really wants to finish that art or not. Sure. I don't know.
Well, this is
as far as another book, I don't know. At this point, I'm going to have to have the time to meditate.
Mm-hmm.
So the last part I could say was the possibility of having the book made into a film. I mean, that would be fantastic.
That's going to be very exciting.
That would be awesome.
Very exciting.
Because the best wisdom I have is really in this book. So to be able to bring this to the world in a big way would be a great blessing.
It's wonderful. I think the message, every child should be brought up with the knowledge from A Course in Miracles, and the philosophies that we don't, you're never upset for the reason you think, and what you think is bad, there is no such thing as bad and good, and we don't know the meaning of anything, and that everything that happens that we think is a negative is actually leading us to enlightenment. And it's just so incredible. It's like turning the world is completely upside down in that teachings, changing all our beliefs around. And I think children would benefit a hell of a lot if they were brought up with those philosophies rather than the beliefs we are brought up with that cause us so much suffering, because we're so attached to what we think is right. And
I completely agree. And the opportunity to share high knowledge with the world is there, and we should take it. Whenever we can, we should be able to spread light and wisdom that liberates. And there is that truth, and the truth is liberating. But boy, it's hard to find in the modern world. It's there, but there's so much junk, and the media is so strong and so attractive and so hypnotizing. With all the stuff that draws us into ignorance.
Yes.
And,
yes.
So
that's what I'm trying
to.
That's what I'm trying to counteract. I'm trying to create a positive media, a media where everyone is important, and give everybody back the positive, the self-esteem, and show them that the media is trying to show them all the time depression and violence and everything they're not. And I'm trying to show them the opposite. And just very quickly, so how did you meet Russell Brand? That must have been a bit of an experience. How did you meet him, and how did all that happen?
Say this again, the question?
How did you meet Russell Brand? How did you meet him?
Oh,
how did that happen?
Yeah, he was at Amma's ashram at New Year's this year. He's met Amma several times, and I guess he's becoming more and more a devotee of Amma. And so he was at the ashram. I heard he was there. And then I happened to be sitting right next to Amma while she was giving her darshan program, and I see Russell Brand came up to receive a mantra from Amma, and I was sitting right next to this, and a little light bulb went off in my head. Wow, I bet he would really love my book, because he also went through, of course, major drug issues, and now he's awakening spirituality in a very good way. So. And of course, he's hysterically funny. And my book is also really funny, so I thought, this is really a good match. I thought he would love this.
And he also looks like Jesus.
I wrapped up my book.
Sorry, I was just going to say, he also looks like Jesus. There's both of you, with your long hair, and people thought you were Jesus.
Yeah. And he's got this show called Messiah Complex. So this Messiah Complex, and I wrote a book. Speaking of the Messiah Complex, honey, I really had one. So I wrapped it up in a piece of paper and brought it to him and gave it to him and gave him a big hug. We had a beautiful long hug, and I said something like, "You're so beautiful. Thank you for setting us all free." Because I love his freedom. This is one thing he does embody, is the complete freedom to be whatever he is and say whatever he wants to say in that moment, and behave any way he wants. And I love that. I just think that's fantastic.
It's a total stream of consciousness, isn't it?
In the context of divinity. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very lucky.
That's my path as well, is bringing out whatever is within you and seeing the divinity within everything without fear, And so we had a beautiful moment of connection, and the next couple of days later, I'll get posted on Twitter and on Facebook a photo of himself reading the book to something like 11 million people.
Wow.
So this was rather fantastic.
That's brilliant. So just to finish, if people want to get the book, how can they get it? Because all the proceeds are going to the orphanage in Kerala, and that's embracingtheworld.org, which is Amma's website. That's right.
Yes.
All the proceeds.
Yeah, so all the royalties. Yeah, all the royalties are going to Amma's orphanage, and the website where you go to find the book is www.rising-inlove.org.
Okay.
Rising-inlove.org.
Okay, and you can actually download the ebook, or you can get the physical book on Amazon. Is that right?
Right. Here's the book. It's a lovely, nice fat 300 pager. Really nice book.
Beautiful.
So yes, it's available on Amazon from that website, rising-inlove.org. And all the royalties are going to Alma's Orphanage. So it's a beautiful service project.
It's wonderful. It's a really good thing that you're doing. And it's been very exciting interviewing you. Thank you so much. And when you get to England, look me up. You must come and visit. I'd love to meet you.
That would be lovely. You're very sweet.
Thank you. I've never been to India yet, but if I do I would love to know. I'd love to meet Amma and experience her hug. I mean, from my point of view, as I say, from my meditations this morning, I started to meditate on her sending me some hugs. Because I tried to explain to you about the word in Hebrew, Ima, is mother. And Amma feels like I am mother. And it's what I've been craving, is that, that motherly hug, that nurturing. And as I think the whole world needs that at the moment, we need a big, massive maternal hug.
Well, Amma comes to London every year. She comes in sometime in October, November. Somewhere there's about 6 weeks where she's in Europe every year. So she comes to London for 3 days. And I think every other year she goes to Ireland also, to Dublin.
And everything is free, isn't it? You see, this is beautiful.
The programs are free. The hug is free, and there are retreats, which she does maybe like during the 6-week U.S. tour. There's 3 retreats or 4 retreats, and the retreats cost something, but not very much. It's basically the same thing.
I think it's so important because one of the things is we have a beautiful Amaravati Buddhist temple near us. And people go there who have nothing, and they can have food and they can stay there, and there's not enough of that in our world. So I think, whatever we can give from the heart. I do a lot of bartering skills and stuff like that. So whatever we can do from the heart, then I think it's really, really important. So thank you so much. That was beautiful. And
thanks,
Namaste.
I should tell you one more thing, which is that the website to find out more about Amma and more about her teachings and her mission and her tours is www.amma.org. AMA.org. And there's also amma-europe.org.
amma-europe.org.
And there you can find a specific website for her organization in the UK.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Right.
So thank you very much for that, Ramdas. I'm going to end the interview there. But I
send you a big hug, Lauren.
Pardon?
I send you a big hug.
Thank you. But what I was also going to say, if you can give a donation to Moving On TV, I'll be very grateful. I have to ask everyone because that's the only way we survive. So let me know if that's a possibility. I'll be very grateful.
All right, I surely will.
Okay then, lots of love. Thank you. Bye-bye. Namaste. Bye-bye.
Hi there everyone, and welcome to the book show. Right, today we have Dane Cobain with us, who's written a book, No Rest for the Wicked. That's right.
I have, yes.
And it looks like a really fascinating book. I mean, you sent me a synopsis, and it's about angels that are actually not what we think. So they're not the innocent little cherubs. They're evil, they're wicked angels. So it's really exciting to think about what is this book about?
Well, it's an interesting question, yeah. I tried to flip it around, so like I said, instead of having the biblical sort of cherubs that people are used to, they're sort of really sinister beings, and they flock together. You never see them by themselves, and they've got kind of no clear leader. And the interesting thing is their goal is sort of similar to what we'd expect from angels, in that they're on a war against sin, and they're going around and they're judging people as to whether they're sinners or not. Unfortunately, just sort of because of how broad the term sinning is, like if a lie is a sin, everyone's told a lie, so they're passing judgment on everybody and basically going around killing them all.
Right. So you're saying that in a way we judge what sin is, and yet we don't actually know. So it's a bit like we don't know what good and bad is. Is that what you're saying? So the concept of seeing these angels as wicked, they're not actually wicked.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Certainly they see themselves just as neutral. They're not good. They're not evil. They're just, this is their job, and so they do it. And they don't consider, oh well, you know, we're killing people or whatever. They don't see that as an issue. But I suppose that raises the point as well. Surely that's a bigger sin that they're committing as well. So, and I do think I kind of tried to write it again from quite a neutral standpoint. So when it's talking about religion, for example, it doesn't like portray it as a good thing or as a bad thing. It just sort of, it's just there, and then the kind of the reader has to ask themselves those questions. And I think it's the same with, you know, the definition of what a sin is.
That is a very enlightened, spiritual actually point of view, giving people the choices to see whatever they want to see in it. So,
I think that's the thing that books need to do, though, isn't it? You know, you want to read a book and sort of ask questions almost. It's never as fun when you're reading a book and it's just, this is how it is, and you know, it's hard to get engaged as a reader unless you can ask some of the same questions, I suppose.
So how did you come to writing such a book?
How long does this interview last for?
Where did this all come from?
Yeah, well, let me go back to the very beginning. So when I was about 14, 15, I was learning to play guitar, and that was my thing at the time. I wanted to be a rock star, and as a sort of natural progression from that, I started writing my own songs.
Sorry, did that come from the Kurt Cobain?
Yes, yeah. I used to be very I used to be a little Nirvana kid, grunge kid.
Sure.
So
you're no relation.
No relation. No, but that's a story in itself. Actually, is that Dane Cobain used to be my online screen name for everything, and then for all my songs, that was what I kind of got associated with. So I changed my name because it's like, well, it's already my pen name. It might as well be my actual name.
Okay, so you started off as a musician.
Yes, and then from writing songs, I started writing some poems, and I write poems now, but they're a lot better now. Like when I started writing them, I never even reread them or anything. But that got me into just writing kind of without music, and then I started a journal, and then decided, right, I'm going to write a novel, and. This was when I was about 16, 17, when I started getting seriously into writing. And I was at college at the time, and I was studying computing, and the plan was to go to university and study web development. And when I was at college, I was sitting in my lesson, and I was working on this first novel that I wrote, which isn't No Rest for the Wicked, by the way. And I was working on that in my lessons, in my lectures, instead of taking notes. So I decided maybe I shouldn't do web development at uni, and I studied creative writing instead, and so everything sort of came from there, I suppose. In terms of No Rest for the Wicked, it's a few years old, to be honest. I wrote that while I was at uni. I think I was in my third year, and I've been working for about 3 years, about 4 years now. So it got written back then, and since then I've been writing on new projects and stuff. But I very much feel as though it's the most sort of accessible book that I've written, if you know what I mean. I wrote it to be like I said, it doesn't, although the questions are there in the book, it's not making a statement on anything. There's no deep meaning behind it. It's just meant to be really entertaining, basically. Yeah. So when I've been submitting to publishers and whatnot, that's the one I was kind of leading with. And yeah, got accepted, so here we are. Wow,
amazing. So basically, this book came right from deep inside you.
Yeah, well, I mean, the story behind it, I had, or the concept of the angels and how they are, that was from a dream that I had. And then I woke up and I wrote it down because I was like, okay, this is really good, I've got to write this down. And then after a while, I sort of sat on it and didn't do any work on it because I never know stuff like that, what if I've seen something before and it's the exact same idea and I've kind of seen it and taken it and forgotten about it and then resurfaced it and then gone, oh, that's like an original idea, but you know, I haven't seen anyone that's done it, so.
I think every writer goes through that, where there is, we were talking about this when I interviewed someone else, and I'm a musician, there is only a certain amount of words and ideas and concepts, but we take it and we make it into our own unique project or book or song. So tell us a little bit about the story then, about the characters in the
book. Oh, okay, right. I've got to try and do this without giving too much away as well. But okay, so well, the main character is Father Montgomery, who is a middle-aged priest. Well, I say middle-aged, but sort of just turned 60-ish, and he's working in a church on the outskirts of London, and basically we sort of follow almost the epidemic of the angels through his eyes. So at first it's just sort of isolated cases here and there, and the book doesn't necessarily sort of jump and change between sort of perspectives, but it follows Montgomery primarily, but then here and there there's a newspaper clipping or something like that that's, I suppose it sort of helps me to drive the story along a bit, because the newspaper can be talking about, okay, well, the police are saying this and we've had cases here, here and here, and it can be very factual and just to move things on to the next point. So Montgomery's sort of, he's watching it kind of quite interested. He's human, you know. He's not like I don't know how you think of a sort of a stereotype as a priest. I mean, he's interested in science, for example, and he loves reading as well. He likes whiskey, as you do. So you know, he's quite a human person, and he doesn't set out immediately to try and stop the angels. You know, he's hearing about it happening and he's concerned, but he leaves it. And then his own parishioners come under attack, and then that's when he decides to take action. And I can't give too much away about what happens after that.
So, but apart from Montgomery, are there any other characters that stand out in any way?
Yeah, well, Montgomery is sort of the protagonist. Then there's another character called Robert Jones, who is a businessman who's in his late 20s, and he's one of the parishioners. And you see quite a lot through his eyes, because one of his colleagues gets attacked, for example, and then he goes to visit him in the hospital. And those two actually end up teaming up with each other. I can give that away, that's fine. So those two end up teaming up with each other, and so although Montgomery's kind of the leader of those two, but there are lots of like little characters as well. Like there's one called Klaus Berman, who is he works for CERN. So at the Large Hadron Collider. So he works there, and you see a bit the Large Hadron Collider. It's So, well, I can't tell you all the science behind it, but it's a particle accelerator basically, and it means that scientists whiz particles through it as quickly as they can, and they try and explode them off each other, and then in the hope of discovering new types of particle and stuff like that.
And you came up with all of this?
Well, this is a real thing. So it's under the border at Geneva, under the Geneva and France border, and it's huge. It's something, I don't know how long it is, but let's say like 20 miles or something like that. But it's all underground.
So did you do research for all of this?
Yeah, I didn't do a huge amount of research, but I did do. I sort of isolated my research. So stuff like, I had to look at kind of specific things as they pertain to the story, because one of the events in it is actually the switching on of that collider. So then I had to think about, well, you know, because this was a real event, it did actually get switched on, and there was a press conference and everything, so I'm kind of watching clips and like reading about it, trying to get in my head where everybody was standing, what their roles were, and I came to the conclusion that basically most of the people in that room weren't actually doing anything, because they were just turning it on. They didn't even begin experiments on that particular day, they just turned it on and then that was it. So you don't need a whole room full of technicians there, only there to look good. So then I'm trying to think, well, how does that feel from that character's point of view when he knows that he's only there for people to look at, and that basically he has no job to do it, and if anything, he could do something wrong, like spill a coffee or something like that. So
So you're looking at ordinary people.
Yeah,
the characters are basically coming from the point of view of an ordinary human being, and how they're coping with different things that are happening around them.
Do you know, I've not thought of it like that, but yeah, I mean, they all are they're all average. None of them, they're not like a hero or anything like that. I mean, you could argue that they become heroes through some of their actions, maybe, but yeah, and even throughout, because there are occasional chapters again where it's just to sort of switch the perspective, I suppose, and again to help develop the story. But for example, there's a chapter where there are two police officers in a helicopter, and it's quite a short chapter, and they're only in it for there. But even then, they're like just average Joes. I mean, they're talking about their Christmas plans and stuff. So you know.
Well, characters have to have grey bits in them, or else it becomes too much of a pantomime. People get too bored, especially nowadays, because we live in such a diverse world where anything can happen at any moment. I think it's really important that your characters are full, well.
Yeah, I think so. It's actually interesting because it's not like a War and Peace length novel or anything. It's technically classified as a novella, so that gives you fewer words to play around with, I suppose. And so you do have to be very careful with that to make sure that your characters are sort of believable and three-dimensional, even if they're only in for half a chapter or something like that, you know, because otherwise, as a reader, you'd read through it and you know when you're reading a book and you're like, there's something not right about this scene, you know, or a character does something and you're thinking, well, he wouldn't have done that. He's not that kind of person. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But that's amazing. So you've been able to get into the psyche of the characters. Where did the name come from? Because it's such a brilliant name. No Rest for the Wicked. I mean, we hear that all the time, but that name in itself just draws you to want to read the book. So
there's a story behind that as well.
There's a story behind it.
Well, again, because like I said, it's quite an old manuscript that I had. Actually, about 2 years ago, I had some interest from a different publisher, and they came back with some sort of overarching critique, really, so kind of areas I could identify it in. But one of the things they said was that I should change the name, because the original name was just Angels, and I thought about it and I was like, no, they're right actually. Like, I think I could get something more evocative, because the problem with having Angels as a name is that people will automatically think of they'll think of stereotypical angels as well. It doesn't convey the fact that these are not nice angels, you know. So and anyway, I was going back through it and I was adding some new scenes and doing some rewriting, and one of the characters said there's no rest for the wicked, and I read it, and it was one of those moments when I sort of read it and then stopped and was like, hang on a minute, and read it again. I was like, right, we got the title. And then I really liked the fact as well that then the title is actually referenced by one of the characters in the book as well, but it doesn't feel forced, because actually the title came after the dialogue, so I didn't write it in because that was the title. The title is because that was in there, I suppose.
But it's brilliant. I mean, as writers and creative beings, we're there to be controversial. Usually when you think of angels, you think of fluffy creatures with big wings that hold you and hug you. But I personally don't particularly believe that all angels are like that, if angels do exist. Well, I think you have different types of angels, but I think it also comes that it depends on your consciousness. So if your mind is very negative, then maybe you will attract other kinds of angels. Probably. So again,
it's sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't
exactly.
it? I mean, it's thinking about that actually. I mean, you do get the fallen angel. You know, that is a thing that's already been explored, but they've, by definition, a fallen angel has fallen from being the stereotypical angel, whereas these guys, there's no alternative to those kinds of angels. Those are just sort of the only ones in the story. So they're not fallen because they didn't have anywhere to fall from.
Sorry, I was just going to say that, but you're coming from the right place. Because a lot of so-called New Age spiritual books are saying that we all think that God is beautiful and light and positive all the time, but I don't think it is. I think it's there to show us the opposite. Because the only way you can see the beauty is by seeing the opposite.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you're giving people an opportunity to open their minds and see the whole picture.
Well, I think one thing that I tried to do with this as well. So sort of. There's no real I can't give it too much away, but the angels themselves are sort of part grounded in science as well, and the kind of the concept of God or God itself is not really referred to throughout the book, although there might be in a church and you might see the main character praying or something. Like he's sort of separate from the angels, if you know what I mean. So it's quite difficult to write that as well, because of the automatic sort of assumptions that people would make, and so it was interesting to play around with that. But I think that then gives the freedom to whatever your religious beliefs. It doesn't actually. It's not really relevant to the story, to be honest. You can read it as an atheist or as a Buddhist or however it doesn't.
That's what I think is the beauty of we're sitting under the Gandhi poster.
Saw that when I came in.
Which is very prominent and very important to the Hope Centre, because he said we are Hindu, Jew. He said I'm everything, and I think it's really important that the way you're writing, as you say, everybody can form their own opinion.
Yeah.
You're not giving. Let's take a break now. And come back. Dane is going to either read a little bit of his book, or speak about it from memory.
Honestly, because I do, one of the things I do is performance poetry, so I have attempted to memorise it, so I'm gonna get you to test me.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
This is the first chapter of the book, and I'm attempting it from memory. I haven't actually tried to record this yet before, so hopefully it works, but and this gives you kind of an introduction to the angels and what they are and what they do. So, Chapter 1, A Fair Trial. They grew out of the dark, mysterious shapes that hid in plain sight in abstract mockery of the senses. In the living room of a dingy flat in Hammersmith, tall and proud and shimmering like a mirage, they stood. The only other light was a flickering TV set that broadcasts white noise to the sleeping occupant of the sofa. Wake! Their shared voice echoed around the room like an organ in a cathedral, as powerful as independent thought. None of them moved, they just quivered with anticipation. The heap of clothes began to move and an ashen face emerged. He looked around the room in a sleepy daze. His matted beard framed his sunken eyes, grey on grey. When he smelled like a pub before the smoking ban, an unpleasant cologne of nicotine and whiskey. When he realised he wasn't alone, he climbed unsteadily to his feet. "Who are you?" he asked, shading his eyes to look at them. "And what are you doing in my flat?" With each passing second, his eyes adjusted and grew wider. Our identity is unimportant. Their shared voice echoed around in perfect harmony, their eerie unison astounding, incredible, and terrifying. "We are defined by our purpose. You should already know who we are." "Angels," he murmured. "I've heard of you, but you're not real." "Are you?" they asked, and he frowned. "I'm more real than you are. You're just rumors and hearsay, a hallucination." "Does that matter?" "If I close my eyes, you'll disappear. You were never here in the first place." He closed his eyes and pinched the thin skin on the inside of his elbow, but he felt the pain and he didn't wake up. When he looked around, the angels were still there. Let's keep going, I'm enjoying this. "Eric Solomon," they boomed, in a voice that demanded attention. He looked up at them imperiously. "You're real," he whispered. "You have We know that you're a sinner. You have wasted your life drinking away the nights, bloated with lust for actresses and models. You have committed each of the 7 sins and an endless number of others. Your apocalypse is now. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Will you kneel and beg for forgiveness before the sheepdogs of the Lord? Justify yourself." "Why should I?" he asked. "If you do not, you will be punished." "What happened to a fair trial?" We are a fair trial. Speak. Okay, that's me done.
Welcome back to the book show, and today we've got Dane Cobain, who is speaking about his book No Rest for the Wicked. And we just heard Dane not actually read a part of his book, but actually present it and act it and improvise it in some way. And it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, the language, the poetry, and you never, apart from doing creative writing courses, you came up with all of this yourself.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, I think the thing with creative writing courses is they teach you sort of different techniques that you can try and stuff, and it's very much the same with me reading. I'll read a book and I'll be like, oh, I really like how they did that. I mean, just little techniques that you see used here and there. An example of that, there was a Stephen Fry book I read, and he did the action sequences of that he wrote as a screenplay. And he did it deliberately because basically you can whiz through a screenplay. You don't have to worry about describing all the little details. It's just he did this, and they said this. And so, and he found that for his book it actually helped him to get a lot of information across really quickly. And I was reading it, I was like, this worked really well. I need to remember this. So there's potential at some point I might play with that or whatever. So yeah, I mean, the sort of the act of writing and coming up with stuff has never really changed. It's always just you sit in front of a piece of paper and you try and have a good idea, and that's about it. But sort of doing courses and whatnot, and you get better over time just because you spend a lot of time writing and editing and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's something that has to be self-taught. I think really, I don't think you can. I don't think you could teach somebody who wasn't, like, say somebody who didn't want to do it. You couldn't. They couldn't do it. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't work.
So I mean, have you got anyone in your family at all that's ever written a book or anything? Is there anything genetic?
Well, yeah, I suppose my uncle Steve on my dad's side of the family has written a book, but I couldn't tell you what it's about. He's an English lecturer at a university, so it's something really specific, like a specific look at the work of some poet no one's ever heard of or something. I don't know, but I should actually read that thinking about it because it might be interesting. But yeah, and then my grandparents on that side of the family, they were both teachers as well. I mean, yeah, we're all pretty, yeah, all on that side of the family. Everyone's good at like maths, English and computers for some reason. We just all are, so yeah.
But I mean, the language is so classical. The language that you've come up with is very classical, and you know, it's kind of like Shakespearean. You know, not your day-to-day language, and that, did you use the thesaurus? Or did
no, that's just from my head.
I have to use the thesaurus.
No, but yeah, so it is from my head. I mean, there may be some instances where, like, my editor and my proofreader are to blame for some of this as well, because they probably, as we were going through, they'd quite often be saying, oh, maybe you should change it to this word, or so. But yeah, it's just all sort of from the head, really. I mean, and it is a deliberate thing, and it's specifically when the angels are talking. One of the things they don't do, they never use contractions, for example. So they'll never say like you're in trouble. They'll say you are in trouble, and it's just how they speak. And yeah, I did try and give them, I suppose. I don't know how I'd describe the language, because it's not quite Shakespearean, but it is very. It's like it is quite theatrical use of language, you know. And I kind of wanted to do that, I think, specifically for the angels, you know.
Do you, just very interesting, the scene you read was when they actually manifest to Father Montgomery. Is that right?
Oh no, sorry, I didn't get far enough into the scene to clarify. So, you know, in that scene, that's right at the beginning, and that's a guy called Eric Solomon who, spoiler here, he dies. Don't worry, that happens in that chapter. So.
Okay, but that's the interesting thing that I wanted to actually make a point of. I'm sorry, because obviously I didn't get to read the book yet.
Yeah. Well, it's literally today is release day.
Which is great. But by saying that this is actually an ordinary person, that actually makes it a lot stronger. That angels manifest to an ordinary human being rather than a church, a vicar, or, you know, a father in the church. I find that actually a lot more poignant, and because that could completely thrown you off your kilter. I mean, obviously, if you're a church goer or religious person and an angel appears, then it's not going to be as strong or as powerful as if it appears to someone just, you know.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Really strong.
Well, I think one of the things that it's not really, not necessarily explored in the book is how they choose their victims. So everyone's saying it's almost at random because basically as powerful as they are, there's only a finite number of them, so they can't be everywhere at once. So they're kind of going here and there, and they're working their way through people, but it's not explained whether they've got a big list and they're going down this list, or you know. So and I think actually the fact that it is sort of at random, that helps to the fact that they appear to, you know, a normal person rather than to a priest, sort of helps to show that as well, you know, because you would think they probably would be the priest first.
Yeah.
The Pope would probably be the first person then.
That's right, but
So,
it makes it a lot more interesting because of the way this person would react is obviously going to be completely different to someone that actually believes. So anyway, coming back to yourself, how old are you?
today is also my birthday. I'm 26 today.
26, and you're releasing your first book online. On your 26th birthday. That is incredible. So this is the first book you've ever written. A really
First one that's proper out there. Yeah, I've got. I mean, I'm writing sort of non-stop since 16, so I've written a lot of books, but not published them. You know, and there is a reason as well, which is that you can self-publish these days. But I didn't really want to put. To be honest, I didn't want to put loads of effort behind a book that wasn't as good as it could be. So by waiting until I managed to go through a publisher, it makes sure I've got a really nice cover designer, I've got an editor and a proofreader, and so I know that once the book is out, it's the best it can be. So the reason that today is the release day is basically because you don't know when it's going to go live on Amazon. So you submit all the info and it can take between like 3 days and 4 weeks. So you're kind of like, well, when's it going to come out? So it's actually been on Amazon for about 10 days, but I just haven't told people. So
sorry, coming back, have you been funded by anyone? Did you get any grants? Because it's interesting. I mean, we've got lots of people out there that write, and a lot of people don't actually know what to do. So having you here is a really good opportunity for you to be able to tell them what did you do? How did you get to the level you've got?
Well, yeah, so I think it would help if I talk a bit about how my publisher works, because the company that's publishing it is a company called Book Trope, and I know some of the authors. Well, I already knew some of the authors who've been published by Book Trope, because I've reviewed some of their books on my book review site, and I've always been impressed by kind of the quality of it.
How do you spell Book Trope?
It's BOOK, book, and then TROPE.
Book Trope.
And
I presume that's on. They've got a website.
Yes, yeah, booktrope.com, yeah, and they're open for submissions at the moment. But the way that they work, which is really quite unique, which is why I wanted to go with them really, is that so you still submit your work like you would do with a normal publisher, but they sit somewhere between sort of self-publishing and indie presses and then the big publishing presses, and they sit in the middle and they have what they call a community model. So it's filled, there are I think over 1,000 people now in the community, and they're either writers, proofreaders, editors, cover designers, or marketing managers. And basically, you can apply to be any one of those. So if you're an artist, for example, you can apply to be a cover designer and you submit your portfolio, and then it gets reviewed by the management team. And if you get accepted in, there's then basically sort of a centralized list of all the different books coming out. And either the author can go out and start approaching people saying, will you join my team for this project? Or, a cover designer could say, I really like the sound of your book, I'd like to work on it. And they can.
So how did it happen for you then? So you sent your
yeah.
book, what happened?
So I sent my book, got accepted and added to the system. Luckily, again, because I knew some people already in there, I knew somebody who could be a marketing manager, although actually I'm not a marketing manager myself, because it's crazy for someone else to do it, but they put me in touch with their editor, and so I used their editor. And for proofreaders and cover designers, I just went through the site and just had a look at who was there and was like, oh, you sound interesting.
Oh,
so, I mean, I got my proofreader specifically, I deliberately chose an American because the book's written in British English. So I wanted to get an American looking at it so that they could pick up, well, hang on, what does that word mean? Or,
of course.
and so, for example, just little things like, I used the word answer phone, and the Americans were like, what's that mean? And so it was like, okay, we'll change it to answering machine because that works for everyone, you know.
Yeah,
so, and just little tiny bits like that they picked up on.
Sorry, Dave. So it's a bit like a network for writers, for artists, or for writers. So basically,
it's like a movement.
You just send it to them, and they have different people that can actually go through every aspect of the book and the publishing process. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you just send them a PDF, do you?
Send them a Word document or whatever. Yeah.
And then they take care of it, because I heard
what will happen is you're sort of still responsible for sort of almost project managing yourself, really. So it's a very intuitive online system where it just tells you what you need to do next. But for example, for me, I've arranged all like the launch date and all my launch parties and bits and bobs like this. So it's kind of like when you're self-publishing, you just have to do literally everything yourself, and half the time you don't know what you're doing, and you can't do it very well. Like if you design your own cover, but you're no good at design or whatever, I mean, some of the cover artists at Book Trade were incredible, so it's kind of like there's no way I could have done anything as good as that, you know.
Well, what about the course? Do you have to? Do they take the book on and then take commission? Or
yes, so it's a royalty system. So Book Trade get 30%, and then the remaining 70% is split throughout the team, which means obviously cover designers, they don't get a payment up front, but they get paid depending on how many books they sell. So and the way that it does that, it really encourages everyone to do the best they can do, because if you're the marketing manager, for example, they get about 20% of the cut usually, because they're responsible for selling it. So, but the fact that they get commission effectively for selling them just encourages everybody on your team to push it. And because there's just this huge community, and loads of them are authors as well, so they've all got Facebook pages and they're all on Twitter and everything. And there's a group on Facebook that we've got, and so when I get back in, I'm going to write a tweet that just says brand new today, launched by Dane Cobain, and then just post it in this group and just say please share.
Yes.
And there's probably like 30, 40 odd people who tweet that, and
that's
so
brilliant. So you're working together.
Exactly, yeah. It's very much like a big kind of community. And then, I mean, my book's coming out. There's a specialist horror imprint called Forsaken, and I'm doing a lot of work with that. And so basically, it's still coming out through Book Trope, but it's their specialised horror brand basically. But we've got loads of books coming out through that as well. So there are kind of communities within communities, if you know what I mean. And
honestly, that's the kind of world I'd like to see, is where people share.
Yeah.
So sharing the profit, sharing your books, sharing everything means everyone's happy. It's really, really important. So coming back to your launch day, it's the 19th of June, which is next Friday.
Yeah, that's my high
Arts for everyone.
Yes.
Is that right? Arts for everyone, and people can just come there and
free entry.
You sign the books, and you're selling.
It's going to be amazing, trust me. $7.50 though.
$7.50 for the hard.
For the paperback, yeah. Or you can get them if you like ebooks. I think it's about £2 for an ebook or something. So I've been telling everybody who's been saying happy birthday to me, I'm like, instead of buying me a pint, buy my book. But launch party. So we've got. Let me tell you a bit about the two of them, because we've got today. When I go back to my place, we've got the online launch, and again, this is partly because of the Book Trade community, so they can't come to my physical launch, but they will come to this one. And so we're doing some cool stuff there. I've got lots of kind of videos I'm going to be posting, and little quizzes and stuff like that. I've got a competition that's going to go live as well. And we're also doing, which I'm really excited about, cover wars. And so basically I've got 48 different book covers that, again, mostly provided by people that I know. And we're going to pit them against each other, so it'll be start off with 4 covers, and it'll just go up on the Facebook event, and you vote for which ones you like by liking them, and then we pit them all against each other until we've got just the remaining 2 covers. And the overall winner is going to win an Amazon voucher for the author and for the cover designer. So, and also the great thing about that is it means all the authors are going to share it for me, and I can promote my book. So anyway, that's what's happening today on the online launch. Then, yes, next Friday the 19th, it's the 19th, yes. Yeah, it's at the Arts for Everyone Centre in High Wycombe, which is just off the Desborough Road. It's in the main church bit as well, which is going to be really cool, because obviously the church is actually one of the locations in the book. So and we've got this, like a what do you call it, desanctified church, and it's got a bar on it. So it's a church with a bar on it. And yeah, it's going to doors open at 7:30. It's free entry. And we're going to have live music, we've got some stand-up comedy, readings, some poetry, some other film screenings, we've got that as well. So, and basically it's just going to be really fun.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, I'll try and get around there to maybe film a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, that'd be awesome.
So it's a very exciting time for you.
Yes.
Your birthday today, so happy birthday.
Thank you.
And it's been absolutely wonderful having you talk about No Rest for the Wicked. I wish you all the luck in the world. I think you're extremely talented, and I look forward to reading the book.
Thank you.
I think people are really going to enjoy it. I can see it as a film. I can definitely see it as a film.
It's actually
it's so visual.
They do potentially through book trope. They do have some kind of connections here and there with people as well. So it's possible that it could be a film. But see how many books we sell. If you whoever you are who's watching on YouTube, buy my book, right? And then as we get like a big swell of people buying the book, then we'll be able to convince people to make the film.
Fabulous. So do you want to tell everyone where they can get the book online and how they can join your Facebook group or page as well?
Yeah, so, right, well, I've got a website which is www.danekabane.com, and if you go to danekabane.com/no rest, it will take you straight to the Amazon page, which is very useful. But yeah, it's on Amazon, Waterstones, iTunes. I mean, if you go into a physical bookshop, they can order it in. You know, it's pretty easy to find. In fact, I'm easy to find. If you search my name, you'll find me everywhere. But Facebook.com/DaneCabaneMusic, and Twitter, I'm just @DaneCabane.
Brilliant. And just very quickly going back to Book Trope, it sounds like a bit of a mentorship program for new writers, which sounds really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily an official sort of aspect of it, but that's the thing. There are people with Book Trope who've released sort of half a dozen books through them, for example, and then there are people who've released before who've self-published and now they're just doing a republish. And there are just first-time authors, so there's a real mix of different experience levels and talents.
So thank you very much to Dane Cabane here from High Wycombe, and just very quickly, were you born in High Wycombe?
I wasn't, no, I was born in Tamworth in the Midlands, which is near Birmingham, and then I moved here for work after uni, so I've been here about 4 or 5 years now.
It's a good little place. It's a good little place, and we're trying to make it even better by bringing on everyone like yourself who's done something, written a book, and wants that little bit of exposure and support, which we believe in giving everyone. Every single person out there is unique, and everyone's got a book in them. Or a few.
Yeah.
So just now that your book has been published and everything, what are you going to do now? Are you going to rest? I can't see you resting. I think the next book's coming out.
It's another thing with the title, No Rest for the Wicked, is that ironically, since it got accepted for publication, I've been busier than I've ever been in my life. But yeah, I'm currently working on another novel. It won't be a follow-up. I don't tend to do sequels really, because I like to experiment, so I don't like being tied down to different genres, you know. So the next book I'm working on is called Formally, and that's about a social networking site for the dead. So the concept is you sign up to it, and it's like a Facebook or something like that.
For the dead.
But well, what happens, right? So that's their strap, their tagline or whatever you call it. But so yeah, you sign up to it and you can post stuff to it, but it's all private until you die, and then your profile then goes live, and so that gives you like lots of drama with, you know, people. You know, maybe they were having an affair or something, and their wife didn't know about it, and then they die, and their profile goes live.
Oh, okay. So it's not about reincarnation.
It's not. No, it's although that's also an interesting concept as well, though, isn't it? So someone else can do that, but after I've finished.
So when you're going to rest?
I'm going to rest. I don't rest.
You'll have to come and do some meditation.
Yeah, I should do. I have actually been told that I should do meditation. So. I mean, I'm always writing stuff anyway, so I'm hoping at some point, probably before Formerly's done, because that's going to be a full-length novel. I mean, at the moment I'm on about 85,000 words and still got a few chapters to go. But I'm hoping to do a book of my poems as well. So basically I've just got to convince the people at Book Troop that it's commercially viable. And then what else am I doing? Oh no, yeah, just loads of stuff. I might revisit that first novel that I ever wrote that I mentioned to you.
You've probably go back and maybe redo it.
I think if I could edit it before it goes into editing, and then it would be a lot better than it is at the moment, because it needs some work for sure.
Well, as I say, thank you so much for coming on, Dane.
No problem.
I keep wanting to call you Kurt. It's like a natural thing, isn't it? So that's it, signing off from the book show. And you found out where you can get Dane's book, and you can also come to Arts for Everyone in High Wycombe on the 19th of June. I'll try and get this done before that, where you can get the book signed by the man himself.
Come along, see you there.
So thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you for having me, it's been fun. Cheers.
Take care.
imagine to have snow caps. It must be fairly cold.
Close my eyes and a vision will appear. I wish that you
Good evening.
wish
Day one?
together.
Day one of our trip to Edinburgh. Today is the 16th of, August.
It's cool here, isn't it? You can sort of...
You down deep inside in the not all
Welcome to the Tarot Show.
night. Up and down the feelings go, I know it is right. Reaching out to touch your love.
Guys, welcome to the awakening.
You'll always be there.
Hello there. Welcome back to Life Coaching with Lauren, and achieving your dream life, as we explained before, is what's important.
It's disgusting. Look at me. I have to live in this stupid shower cap all the time, just in case I'm called to moving on TV. So the minute I get in me bath. Now, for God's sake, Janie, I'm not having it. I'm not having the accent problem, because then I have to start like Piaf again, and oh my God, it goes very quickly into French. Oh, I don't know what's happening to me, Jenny. I'm merging all these characters. Hello there, this is Henry Miller. You're right today, Jenny. Right, I come from the southern. Oh, it's like Jenny. I don't know. Where am I? Baba Bertha, come back. Hello. Oh, right. I'm back. Right. I have these buttons I press, right?
And I will shed a day with you together.
Yes, Edward. I can hear you thinking.
RS.
What, the
perform-
Public Rubbish Society?
The Performing Rights Society.
What are you talking about? Oh, get on with
The-
it. Tell me what you're talking about.
Let me read you the important email, Madame PF. It says, Madame PF, you owe the PRS €1 million for performing your own songs, which you have not asked for.
All alone.
Welcome to Moving On TV, the new TV channel for us, the positive, inspirational TV channel. My name is Lauren Hope. I am the founder and CEO of Moving On TV. No one is ordinary. We're all special, unique, wonderful human beings. We're all celebrities with our own talents and strengths and dreams. Moving On TV is here for all of us. We have a book show if you wrote a book. We're looking for talent, for Moving On talent. We want to stream you. We don't want you to compete. Artists shouldn't have to compete. It's disrespectful. I could just say that the story behind Not All Alone, which is basically my part of it, you know, the story of my recovery in a therapeutic community, and that people should know as much as possible about that, how it works on the inside, and what made me sick in the first place. And, you know, my story was an incredible awakening, that I realized that children cannot be guilty for what happens to them. And children carry everything inside.
You're born innocent.
You're born innocent, and anything that horrible that happens to you, and this is to everyone, I love you so much. If you're carrying inside you, thinking that you couldn't be guilty as a child, it's the adults who did what they shouldn't do. And when I realized that, and I realized that my parents had been silly or stupid by sending me to the wrong person when I was a child, and what happened to me, I got complete inner peace. And I do believe that this book, please God, there's 11 wonderful authors in there with me. A lot to do with mental health issues, most of us, I think. There's a Holocaust survivor in it, and he's in his 90s.
Right, so this book
is incredible.
Has it been published yet?
It's coming out the 1st of October. It's called Simply Amazing, and hopefully I'll be doing talks at Waterstone, because I'm the only English author. The rest are all in America.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's been created by Casey Armstrong of World Most Amazing People.
Right.
And I'm very, very proud to be involved in it, because some of the stories are, like I say,
so how many
a Holocaust survivor. 11 authors, and I'm one of them.
And you're one of the 11.
It's an interview that Casey Armstrong did with me about why I got sick, and what happened to me, and why I didn't go downhill when I was in a wheelchair. I created my TV station and decided to go out there and help more people.
Again, because being in a wheelchair can be, especially if you suddenly find yourself in a wheelchair.
Overnight.
Overnight. Oh, yes, overnight.
I just lost Dad. Family cut me off, and I could not do anything. I was stuck in a wheelchair for 4 months, and if that doesn't drive you completely crazy, if that doesn't really push you off the edge,
I'm bad enough if it rains outside.
Yeah, I'm the same actually.
Yeah.
I don't think there's many people that do actually like being out in the rain.
And do you know what I did? Because we didn't have any neighbours that came in at all, and I'm sorry about the community, but I pushed the wheelchair outside and I went around the neighbourhood and introduced myself to everyone and asked them to come in, because that's the kind of person I am.
So this book
I believe
is
in
going to be out in the book, in all good bookstores?
Well, it will be coming out in America in a big way. They've got to sell 8,000 books, and if they sell 8,000 books and there's 11 authors, then we all become New York bestsellers.
Right.
So my job is to sell it in England, and there will be an ISBN coming out soon. I'm waiting for it, because obviously Waterstones, I think, are the biggest store here in the UK, but I'll be putting it around everywhere.
Is it Waterstones that's in Kirkcaldy? I can't remember what it is.
I don't know. I
believe there is a Waterstones in Kirkcaldy. You might have actually passed it when I've been walking up and down the street.
But I'm not sure what's going to happen, because the publishers are doing a lot in America, and Casey Armstrong's getting standing ovations when he talks about the book and what's in it. It's going to be the next Chicken Soup for the Soul. That's what we're hoping.
Right,
it's
so this
all
book,
positive
we're just trying to get about where can we get this book when it comes out? Will it be
you'll have to.
Online, or
if you contact me, I'm going to give my email. It's Lauren
images of him appearing
Yeah,
on the gravestone.
on the grave.
So it's signifying in my mind these emotional images, and I can't seem to get him out of my mind.
Yeah.
So therefore, again, taking me over to the brink of insanity,
Yeah.
I sort of kind of lose control. And there's quite a sort of interesting, out of the 50 video clips we've done for the whole video of the song, I'm having a bit of road rage in my car as well, which is really quite amusing because I actually play the part of someone who's purely just tipped over the edge because I can't get over the death of this ex-boyfriend.
And he keeps turning up his face.
Yes, he keeps appearing in my imagination, so I'm getting kind of ghostly visions and what have you. So then...
I think a few people could probably relate to that.
Yes,
Definitely.
absolutely. It's grief, it's
Yes.
bereavement. Yes.
Grief is huge. Grief is
Yes,
a big
it is.
thing, and it needs to
Definitely.
be dealt with properly.
Yes, so this is the
amazing
idea.
what- yeah,
it is,
what you're
yes,
saying.
yeah, and it just signifies the whole idea of mental health, and that through sort of probably halfway through the video towards 3/4 of it is that I gradually see the light, as it were. So I'm dressing up in bright clothes, I'm meeting new friends.
Right. So this is you coming out the other side of it.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Colours are very
bright
important
colours,
for depression.
and it
Colours
signifies
are
hope.
very important.
Yes. Incident, you know, with
Yeah.
our band name being Sarah's Hope, so
And then we
it's
dance
got a good
off.
hook to it.
We do the play.
Yes.
Playful thing. And then Sarah goes back to her blonde, her natural colour.
Yes.
And it shows us having fun and, you know, going back to being children again with fun. But it's fantastic. What Sarah just said is spot on.
Thank you.
But I want to look more at the symbolism of the words, because
Yes,
it
yes.
actually does show you the whole mind. We're looking at the mind and how the mind works. So if we look at the thoughts I have of you, you're always on my
On my
mind.
mind.
Circling round my brain. It happens all the time. OCD.
Yes.
OCD, it won't go away, won't go away.
Yeah.
I close my eyes and a vision will appear.
The
So
ghost
again,
vision
he's there
on
all
the
the time.
graveside, yes.
Wish that you were next to me, but you're no longer here. Wish we were together, not all alone. The anger you display, I really cannot take. So we're talking about rage, of loss, of trying to get through, and she can't get through in any way. Want to break the barriers that you and I would make. So it's about trying to get through to people when you have a barrier between you. Well, the barrier here is death, but it's more about the mind. When the mind cannot say when you don't, the person can't say what they want to say, they can't express themselves, that's a barrier. There'll always
Some people
be
put up barriers themselves, you know.
and
Yes,
people-
that's right.
exactly, and but as I say, you do that, and particularly when you have a mental health issue, you isolate.
Yeah.
And all the rage is stuck inside of you, and you can see this character that Anne Sarah's playing is just, you know, I don't know what to do. I can't break these barriers. There's so much rage inside, and I don't know what to do with it. There'll always be a part of you down deep inside. You're in the corners of my heart. You're always on my mind. Wish we were together. I try to follow all the cycles of the night. Up and down the feelings go. I know it isn't right. Bipolar. Up and down, happy, sad, happy, sad.
One extreme or another.
Extremes,
Yes,
yeah. Up and down
definitely.
the feelings go. I know it isn't right. Reaching out to
And it's
touch
just
your
like somebody
love.
can be flicking a switch inside you and you
Absolutely.
can go from happy
Yeah.
to sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reaching out to touch your love, but emptiness is here. Grief, wish that we were here again. You'll always be there. And then it ends with, I feel the cold, dark night go trembling through my skin. Bar the doors and windows tight so I won't let him in. So it's like, that's it, you know.
It's like keeping out the depression as well.
Keeping everything.
Yeah.
It's like it's coming to an end.
Yes.
It's coming to death. And you can see it, it's in black and white. And then the trees have finally shed their leaves and winter is here. That's death. That's the end. And So Our
Again,
Love was...
winter's a depressing time. For
Yeah,
Yes,
people
but
as
it's a
well.
new beginning. So Our Love will slowly die, and I will shed a tear.
Yeah.
Wish we were together, not all alone. She walks away from the grave, and she starts her life again.
Right.
So it's
She's sort
it
of
starts again.
Coming to terms with what's happened in a way.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
you see, the thing is, this complex needs disorder that we call BPD, it's got every single symptom of every single mental illness in it. So this is a song that represents that. You've got a little bit of agoraphobia, a little bit of depression, a little bit of OCD, a little bit of everything. Every single condition. They're not full blown, and that's why it's manageable when you learn how to manage it. It's a bit like Woolworths, where you go and pick a few sweets here, chocolates there. That's what it is. It's a complex needs. So the song "Not All Alone" is showing you every single mental health issue, and it's showing you in the video how you can manage it.
And what sort of, do you know what sort of percentage of the population suffer with mental health, maybe throughout their lives or at particular points?
Well, do you want me to be honest with you?
Statistics there for us.
I think every single person is walking around with a personality disorder. It's every single person. It's just that when it gets to the level of grief, huge grief, I've known people that have lost people and they've gone to the doctor. Instead of being diagnosed with grief, they've been diagnosed with BPD or borderline or bipolar, which are completely different conditions. So I would say that everyone is walking around with it because we're living in such a stressful world, and people are being shocked all over the place to some extent, because you see with this condition, you know the characters, and I do a show called How to Stay Sane in a Crazy World, and I talk about the martyr that we have inside of us. I talk about the whinger that we have inside of us, and I characterize them as with my acting. I always say, do you have a whinger that you know? Do you have someone who's a martyr?
Okay, I'm sorry to stop you just there, but we need to go to another tune.
Okay, so it's just full blown. It gets out of control, and that's what this condition is.
Well, you're going to like this next song.
Thank you.
It's Madonna and Frozen.
I'm passionate. I'm actually going in a book in America called Simply Amazing. My story is going in there because I want to shout it from the rooftops that there is a service on our beautiful NHS that I'm so proud of, and we're all very proud to have. It's free, guys. And you know what, when I ask someone, do you know what a therapeutic community is, they'll go blank. Nobody knows it even exists. So I'm here to tell you that if you know anyone, one of your colleagues or your friends or your family or yourself, and they've given you that label, borderline personality disorder, be as lucky as I was and ask your doctor. They told me, because I wouldn't take medication. Ask them, can I please try what Lauren tried, a therapeutic community? And that's where the money needs to go, not into a huge amount of drugs that are making people sicker, but into therapeutic communities. And I'm very passionate about it. And I've been trying to do this for 7 years, and I can't even get on the one show. So if anyone is out there, it's just a message to pass on. It's on our NHS. It's not a secret. It's a secret that everyone should know. Thank you.
Yeah. Well done, Lauren.
I think that really explains it more or less in a nutshell everything.
Very fortunate. I do have some experience of mental health issues, having been a...
Oh, and it's not bipolar.
I do as well. But
it's not bipolar.
I have to say, what I found from my experience on mental health issues, it was very much an out of sight, out of mind issue, and the facility
is that if we keep persevering with such a positive message, people need a positive message, and my book is coming out. As I say, I'm coming out in the book called Simply Amazing, with another 11 authors.
Not all alone, so not all alone, share the tea. Not all alone, not all alone.
be. Hey, had so much fun creating that show in the 90s. And it got such incredible feedback, so that we've decided to revamp it. As you can see, we're bringing on new singers, new dancers, created new songs, revamping some of the songs. It's an amazing little musical. It's about mental health recovery in encounters. A group of people get together with all sorts of issues, depression, OCD, whatever, and they all recover. And hi, I'm Lauren. I'm the producer and the writer of this musical. And today I'm going to present you some scenes, little scenes from 1994, and see where we've brought on some new performers, some new talent. And we want to revamp this musical and take it out all over the world to tour. But first of all, we need to workshop it. And that's where you come in. Okay?
Floral bloom, life with beauty, nature still the same, though I'm without you. Do do do, sky so blue, ball of fire, fills my heart desire, though I'm without you. Do do do.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Emily picked that up straight away, just so you know. So we went through that.
So you can see it. Do it again. 1, 2.
Heaven to me.
Can you come in? And.
Heaven to me.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's beautiful.
Cause we're gonna have fun tonight. Let the rhythm guide you now and fire. It's true. So come on, while we can. My body's not up to moment that we spent alone, we felt our love never would go wrong. The days we were together, we honestly believed, no matter what would be. And nothing in this world could come between us. Then suddenly you wanted to be free. Please don't take your loving heart away from me for a moment of stupidity. Won't you tell me what I have to do to mend your heart? Please don't take your loving. That's what we mean. Oh my God, she doesn't need me. Oh, Sharon, my baby doesn't like me. Oh, Sharon, I'm a bad mother.
Imagine all the good dancing girls coming out.
But just let me fill you in on a few things that I did. You can ransack my car, I'll watch from afar. Wherever you crash, I will scream.
Don't
hip-hoppy dance or something.
Maybe.
If the music was adapted.
Yeah. Because there's a huge amount of dance.
The show was absolutely fantastic.
Pay the money and go. It's really good.
And get the CD. It's the best show I've
For a long
seen.
And now the next bit we're going to do is If I Believe, so it'll be, you know it, I it in a second. If I believe. Yeah. So position, down, together, jump, right, left, over the top, bounce, bounce, full change in. Good, do it again. So arms going over the top that way. Bounce, bounce.
Well done. Ooh, I couldn't have done that. Mind you, I'm recovering from a broken leg, so it wouldn't be a good idea. Okay.
Okay, after that,
Do another one.
so full change in, you're going to do little position, down, together, jump, right, left, over the top, bounce, bounce, full change in. Good, do it again. So arms going over to that line. Bounce,
Well done. Ooh, I couldn't have done that. Mind you, I'm recovering from a broken leg, so it wouldn't be a good idea. Okay.
Okay, after that,
Do another one.
So full change in. You're going to do little.
That was lovely, well done.
Hi, I'm Lauren, and I'm Irish. I'm not French, I'm Irish, and I'm very happy to be here. And this is our third show at Wolf's Bar, and that was the short version of the mad roller coaster life that Edith Piaf. I think that many people maybe didn't expect it to be so serious, but unfortunately, we're watching a real woman who had very serious issues. Very serious mental health issues, and there's a reason why I perform this show. I have a condition called borderline personality disorder. I was diagnosed with a mental illness, and so I dedicate my life to performing artists like Piaf, and then I'm bringing back Maria Callas, and we're going to come back to the Crouch End Festival with the full version of Piaf and Maria Callas as well. So I hope you come and see that. It's even crazier, I'll tell you. There's more boxing in it, there's more accordion playing, and there's the blues blanches, which you know happens inside an institution if you know anything else about Piaf, so it's heavy stuff. So I'm here today to tell you that I was very, very lucky. I didn't have to go through institutions like Piaf, Professor. I didn't have to go through all that pain. I was treated in something called a therapeutic community. Has anyone ever heard of the therapeutic community? No, well, that's why I'm here to tell you. A therapeutic community is actually on the NHS, believe it or not. I was very, very lucky. And you go in there for about 18 months. You basically have to give up your life. Well, I was broken. You know, I had no choice. And you're not allowed to take medication. You have to tap back into what you really are. You have to find where you got sick. And a lot of that is to do with post-traumatic stress disorder and childhood issues. And I was in there for nearly 2 years, and they always used to say to me, Lauren, you magnetize everyone, you should be on the stage. So I am. I run Women on Theatre because I want everybody to know that you have a life with mental illness. Mental illness is just the beginning, and you can have a great life, and I have a great life. And I'm asking you to support me, to keep running Women on Theatre, to go out there and do these great shows, and to bring back to life Piaf and all these wonderful icons. And as I said to you, people sometimes come and talk to me because they know that their friends or relations have been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. It's becoming a very common illness. And I always tell them a bit about what happened in the therapeutic community. The 24-hour support system, it's just amazing. You would not believe it that there is something like that actually in our world. And I'm here, proof of it. I came through, and as I say, I wish everybody learns about this through my work. So that's what I wanted to say. Now, we have feedback forms, and so if you hated it, please put that down. If you loved it, put it down. Whatever, you know, it's really, you know, whatever. And please put down your email addresses so I can keep in touch with you and send you newsletters.
We have a few CDs, Martin, I think, of Je ne regrette rien.
Welcome to Moving On TV and 2021. Goodness me, welcome to the new year, guys, and welcome to Moving On TV. My name is Lauren Hope Glory, and I am the proud CEO of Moving On TV. And I'm here today to invite you on board Moving On TV. Now, let me tell you about my mission statement. We are the TV station that day and night is there for you 24 hours a day with your talents, your holistic work, your dreams. When nobody else wants to listen to you, we are there for you. Welcome to Moving On TV. There will always be a switchboard. You can ring 07437 532 798. And as long as Moving On TV is here, and it will be here forever, growing and growing and growing, you will never, ever have to struggle again worrying about who is going to listen to my talents, who will let me sing, who will let me dance. We will. And that comes from my mission statement, because I know how it feels, because that's what happened to me. If you know anything about me, I sat in a wheelchair and crying because there wasn't one TV station that I could contact to go on. God knows I tried and I tried. Have you got that book in you? Do you want to talk about your pets? We've done a cup and a scone with people in their 90s. It doesn't matter. I'm ageless. I don't have an age anymore. You don't have an age anymore. We are pure love consciousness. Moving On TV is here for you. Welcome to Moving On TV. The happy news flashes if we can, if it's safe. The consumer program to try and get solutions for you. We are solution based. Welcome to Moving On TV. Come on board, the best little new TV station in the world. Moving On TV, moving you on every day, one tiny step at a time. You can contact me at movingontv1@gmail.com. I love you. Have a beautiful 2021. May all your dreams come true, because we can help you make them happen. And we also are looking for amazing sponsors holistic, that only enhance the environment and enhance the human race. I love you. Where we go one, we go all. Welcome to Moving On TV and 2021. I love you. Happy New Year.
TV. And today I have got a very special guest, Francis Kenny. Hi Francis,
Hi, Lauren.
it's really good to have you here.
Alright, sure.
Francis is, let me see, a director, a technical advisor because you do lights and sound,
Yeah.
you play the keyboard, you play the guitar, you compose, and you also play the violin.
Yeah.
So where did this all start? What was how old were you when you first started performing or playing,
I think
becoming
maybe
a
I was
musician?
about 6 or 7. I started on the guitar and the violin, and then I started on the piano a bit later, just playing chords and stuff like that, and making out melodies and stuff like that. And just always loved music. Always loved music, and it's such a healer, you know. If you've had a really bad day and you can pick up the guitar or pick up, you know, just play something on the piano or work something out, you know. I just think it's a great thing to do, to be able to learn to play something.
So how old were you when you say you actually started? When was your first performance that you performed live, would you say?
Well, when we were at primary school, we used to have sort of like little music groups where you'd have people who play the recorder and the violin and the piano, and we'd all have the music out there, and for assemblies we'd do like little skits, you know, we'd do green sleeves or something like that, and you know, and everyone would play together, and you know, like a little orchestra maybe. And then as I got into secondary school, it was like everyone was playing the piano or playing the violin, and now in those days when I was growing up, they had peripatetic teachers where they would actually teach you the violin or teach you the guitar, and you wouldn't have to pay for it, but they don't have that nowadays, which was a blessing really. You know, it was a real blessing, so anyone could, you know, if anyone who was interested could pick up an instrument off the school and learn how to play it. And
wonderful.
It was brilliant.
It's a shame they don't have that.
Yeah, it's such a shame.
So what about your family? Do you have any musical influences at all in your family?
Well, maybe from my Irish side, there's, I think one of my uncles plays the accordion,
Right.
and I think quite a few of them can play certain things, so I think it comes from maybe my dad's or my mum's side of the family. You know, they're quite musical, so I think that's maybe where it comes from.
Wonderful. I mean, I've been lucky that you've actually directed me years ago in Black Spirits, and which was an absolutely fantastic experience. But did you ever have any formal training to direct or to do technical side of theatre in any way?
No, I didn't have any formal training. I have done tech stuff before, but just helping out assistant stage manager, where you do the props and you know, you mark out the masking plots and make sure that people have their props and stuff like that. Done a bit of lighting before with Questers, but it's mostly amateur that I've done. You know, I've not done semi-professional or professional.
So I've seen some books here, like for dummies, different things like screenwriting for dummies. And so you actually teach yourself all these things, do you?
I like to teach. That's how I learned a lot of the music that I taught myself. I taught myself the piano. Once you get to know the chords, basic chords in C, F and G and maybe D, like on the guitar, if you learn them on the piano, you can play a lot of songs. You can play a hell of a lot of songs. You know, because a lot of the songs in the charts, and maybe even from the 60s, 70s, 80s, the chords weren't that complicated. So once you learn the basic chords, you can learn the songs as well, you know.
Sure, and you also compose your own music, don't you?
Yeah.
Which is great. So what are your influences? Where do you get your ideas from, or who inspires you?
I don't know, I'm inspired a lot by instrumental music. I like New Age music, and I like composing New Age music because I don't know, there's something, I don't know if this is true, but they say something about theta waves, that in instrumental music like classical or New Age or any sort of instrumental music, there's a wave that comes from the music that calms you down. It's like sometimes they compose music for yoga or aerobics or, you know, anything, you know, for dance, for ballet, and something in the music, the wave of the music, the theta wave, calms you down, and I think it's really good for your mental health.
Sure.
That if you can access instrumental music, something without words, because with the words comes thoughts, But if you're listening to a nice calming instrumental music, maybe piano, violins or something like that, there's a wave that comes on you and there's no lyrics, so it's just a feeling you get, a feeling of well-being, of calmness when you hear the music, and that's what inspired me to write instrumental music.
How wonderful. But you also do lyrics. I mean, you did the most beautiful lyrics and also the music to the Little Women pilot that we did
that was
while
great.
Father is away. I mean, again, where do you get your inspiration to write this kind of poetry? Because it is very, very creative.
I hadn't seen Little Women, but I'd seen bits and read bits and saw bits, and it was like a group of women, like, you know, a family, and they were mucking in, getting things done together while Daddy's away, you know, and that's what inspired the song. It was like, you know, all these things are happening, you know, sometimes terrible, sometimes happy, you know, and they were just getting on with it, and he was working, he was never there, you know, so they had to get on with it, and that's what inspired me to write the lyrics. Maybe it's through the strength of a woman, the strength of the family to keep them together.
Beautiful, yeah. So what is it you haven't done yet in theatre? Anything that you feel that you still like to do, that you're still aspiring to do?
I'd like to do a musical. I'd love to do a musical or a pantomime.
Have you done pantomimes at all?
I'd like to
Have
write.
you been in pantomimes?
I was in one. I wrote one years ago.
What was that called?
We toured. It was called The Show with No Budget.
Okay.
And it was about this, because it had no budget. The show had no budget.
Tell me about it.
The show with no budget.
Tell me about it. Yeah.
So we had to
Don't
make. Yeah. So we toured around a couple of schools and did this show, and it was about Dr. Death, and he was taking over television for his own evil ends and trying to hypnotise everyone, and you know, and there was a group who were trying to combat him and catch him out, and you know, send him off to the police or whatever and stuff like that.
Did you write all the music for it?
I wrote the music and the script as well, but that was so much fun because it wasn't, you know, it wasn't like a serious piece. It was like, you know, it was just a bit of fun, and we had some songs in it and stuff like that, and the guys did brilliant.
So did you orchestrate it as well? Do you orchestrate music as well for different instruments?
I can do, but I'm learning how to do it. You can get scores off the internet and stuff like that. You can get free scores, but then there's other programs you can get, like Sibelius and stuff like that. And there's a wealth of stuff out there to help you. You know, if you're interested in music, and it's so nice nowadays to write it as well. You know, to put it down on a piece of paper and say, right, I've done that, and now let me look at it and see if I can play it, you know, instead of saying, okay, we'll just do the chords. And that's what I'm getting more, because I was always a chord person, but now I'm learning more to read a bit more, because I was never classically trained as a pianist. I'd always taught myself, so I'm now trying to teach myself how to properly read it and, you know, have a go and stuff like that.
Well, it's very exciting as well, because you're going to be playing for me for Love Conquers All, for the Piaf show that we're doing. We're debuting it tomorrow at the Bath Fringe. And how do you feel about that? Because I know you love Piaf's music.
It's a great show. You're great in the show. It's very inspiring. It's very inspiring. It's very inspiring. And like as they say, Lauren, it's like it's the music that it's the way you play her, but it's also the music collaborated with the drama of her life. That is it feels so real when you're there. It's like you're in a living room and you're talking to her, and she's letting go of everything, you know.
But how do you feel about being in the show? Because this is actually your show now.
I'm honoured to
your
be
show about Francis Kenny. So how do you feel about being involved and playing that amazing, because it is amazing music, especially Himmler Moore, and it all comes from a very, very deep place, doesn't it, with Piaf?
I'm honoured to be in the show actually, but I'm very nervous because it's the first proper professional gig that I've done really, so I'm going to look at my music tonight and make sure we have a lot of practice tomorrow, and
But
hopefully.
when you say a professional gig, I mean, I've known you for years and years, and I've always seen your talents are so amazing. When you say professional, does that mean you've never actually been, you know, when you've been, what is professional? What's the difference? Because to me there's really no difference between professional and amateur. The talent is talent, isn't it?
I think there's a lot of people out there that do it for the love of it, you know, and that's what I've always done. Years ago I was in the Crescent Theatre, and it was only bit parts I was getting, but like you were helping out with the props, you know, you're doing tech stuff and stuff like that, and it's just as important, you know, because that theatre has to run as well, you know, and people come back year after year to watch productions, you know, because they, you know, sometimes, I don't know, maybe in an amateur production there's more enthusiasm, so there's a different sort of vibe, you know, but it's you know, it's just as good as a professional production because people have put their heart and soul into it, you know, and enjoy doing it, so that at the end of the day there's not really that much difference between amateur and professional. It's just one gets paid and one does it for the love, you know.
Most of the time
most of the time, yeah.
Right. So, considering you do a lot of different things, and you're an all-rounder, you know, which is incredible, really. What's your favourite thing? What would you say stands out to you? Like, some people like the singing, some people like the acting, because if you do everything, what would you say actually stands out for you?
It's the singing.
The singing?
The singing, and there's a concert coming up at church because I play for a church choir as well.
Oh, okay.
And I've got a chance to do 2 songs. One's Hallelujah, which they do a lot on Britain's Got Talent and X Factor. But I'm doing the Jeff Buckley version because there's an extra verse about Marvel Arch, and I've written a new song called He Will Come.
Wow.
It's basically taken from the Easter story in the Bible, but it's linked with, they talk about Jesus coming for the second coming.
Okay.
And that's what the song's about. It's about his death and resurrection, his ascension, and his coming again, and that's what the song is called, He Will Come, with the choir of angels.
Do you play that on the piano?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're going to play that for us?
I could do.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I want to hear that. And you wrote it?
Yeah, I wrote it.
Wonderful. Well, we're going to have a little break now, but we're going to come back and we're going to watch Francis play He Will Come.
He Will Come.
He Will Come, which is a new production, a new song that he's written, and is going to play for us on the piano in part 2. Thank you.
The show was absolutely fantastic.
Pay the money and go. It's really good.
And get the CD. It's the best show I've
For a long
seen in
time.
Absolutely wonderful show. The singing was absolutely beautiful.
Lauren basically is Edith Piaf. Please go and see.
Watch and pray
the hour of the coming of the Lord in our hearts. He will take his cup of suffering and say, "Your will be done." I vow to thee, my country, all earthly things above, entire and whole and perfect, the service of his love. Simon held up his holy cross for you. He was crucified on Golgotha Mount, and the sky was filled with darkness. For the King of heaven there was no sound. He will come with a choir of angels and bring hope for eternity. He will come and bring salvation and peace to humanity. Eloi lama sabachthani. He was really the Son of God. On the third day he rose again, and the angel rolled his stone away. He ascended into heaven and is seated at God's right hand. He will come again in glory and spread peace throughout the land. He will come with a choir of angels and bring hope for eternity. He will come and bring salvation and peace to humanity.
Today we're with Frances Kenny, and we just heard Frances sing that beautiful composition, which was a mix of He Will Come, which was the new hook that you've written about the resurrection, and I Vow to Thee, My Country. So how did you actually write that? How did you put it together? Were you inspired by I Vow to Thee, My Country, and then thought, I'm just going to add a really exciting hook to it?
I think basically how it started was I had an idea for a song, an Easter song, and I looked through the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, at all the accounts of what happened to Jesus when he was put to death, and I made the verses, and I had a hook that, for the chorus when I wrote the chorus, but then I realised it was very similar to I Vow to Thee, My Country. It was just, it went up or it went down. So I thought I'd incorporate I Vow to Thee, My Country as one of the choruses as well. There was another one I was going to add into it, which was World in Union, but that's copyrighted, so that, you know, you can't add it in. But it was inspired by that melody, the song was, and by what I've read in the Bible about the resurrection, and because it's quite sad when you read it in the Bible what happened to him through all his agony in the garden, everything.
So you tap in
you use that and the music comes through, basically.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So it inspires you and helps you write better music, you feel?
Yeah, definitely. I think if you've got something to work from, if you've got like an image or an emotion or something happened to you, or like emotional recall, or like literature, or something you've seen or something you've experienced, I think it's just like writing poetry, really.
Sure.
And just poetry with rhyme, maybe, you know, and I think it's important for everyone to write a poem now and again, you know, because if you think, you know, you've been at work or something terrible's happened, or you're just not feeling well, and you just pick up a pen or play a chord, or, you know, it's such great therapy for you, you know.
So I'm just going to stop there and check that it's recording. Yes, it is. It's okay, I will cut it. I'll be cutting it around. So coming back to what we were saying, so have you written harmonies for this piece of music? Are you going to get a choir to do all the harmonies in the background?
That is a possibility, because the harmonies won't be that hard to do, really. I mean, you could have it as a three-parter, have a higher part and a lower part as well. But what I really want to do with it is orchestrate it, because it's not that hard to orchestrate. Maybe some strings, a bit of woodwind, a nice beat as well. I always like the 80s films where you had that reverb beat, the slow one.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and work on how to do that.
Okay.
So it's like you get the trumpets in the distance, but you've also got the slow beating. That's the sort of idea that I'd like for it. You know, a slow sort of ballad with a beat.
So
sort of thing.
do you use Sibelius when you would arrange? Is that what you would use?
I haven't used Sibelius, but I've got a program called Crescendo,
Okay.
which is okay. I'm still getting to grips with it, but if you work on something again and again, you get to grips with it.
Of
And
course.
you know, and there's always PDF manuals there, whatever you do. I've got a new program for music as well, which I want to use as well, for the Sony one, so I'm going to try using that as well.
Amazing. So like yourself, like a lot of people nowadays, are just literally just picking stuff up and learning them.
Yeah.
Like you never went formally to college or university, you never studied to orchestrate or anything like that,
No.
and yet you know how to use the language, you know all about the bars and the intervals and the bridges, and you were making me laugh before because you were telling me you had all these names for the sharps and the flats.
Yeah.
So what are they again?
So for the sharps, it's fat boys eat and drink greedily.
Fat boys eat and drink greedily.
So it goes up one sharp every time,
Right.
and then.
That's the flats, isn't it?
Oh no!
That's flats.
That's the flats. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I apologise.
Yeah.
Fat boys eat and drink greedily.
Okay.
So G flat being the worst because that's F sharp.
Oh, okay.
And then you've got go down and enter by force, or go down and enter by whatever.
Something.
And that's for the sharps.
Oh, okay. When did you learn that?
That's my old music teacher taught me.
Oh, really?
And I've never forgotten it, and it's so handy.
Because it's using the mind. Because I remember when I started to play the accordion, I can remember it in Hebrew, but was 1 1 1/2, 1 1 1 1/2. That's the tones. Do re mi, you know, the tones and the sharps on the keyboard. 1 1 1/2, 1 1 1 1/2. I can hear it in Hebrew. Exactly. Because we learn by numbers or word associations and rhymes and stuff like that.
I think it's good for I think it's good for kids to remember stuff. You know, it's easier for kids to remember stuff if they're learning, if they want to learn or whatever.
It is.
It's good for, especially in an exam or whatever. You go, okay, what's this melody in F sharp, and you have to write it, and you know, you go, oh, what is it? Oh yeah. and then you can, you know, right, that's 6 sharp, so that's 7 sharp, you know.
And then
So
you
it's handy.
remember that little rhyme.
Handy.
And we're going to stop there, and in the third part, Francis is going to play something that we're going to be performing tomorrow at the Bath Fringe. One of Piaf's songs, my favourite. If you come to the show, you'll see why. Everyone's in tears. And of course, it's Hymn L'Amour, which Piaf herself wrote the lyrics for, which is absolutely mind-blowing piece of music. So we'll see you back on the third part of the art show. Thank you. I knew one day I would love again. Le ciel bleu sur Naples s'effondre et la terre peut bien s'écrouler. Oh, m'emporte si tu m'aimes, je me fous du monde entier. If the sun tumbles from the sky and the sea suddenly run dry, if you love me, really love me, nothing matters, darling. I won't care. J'irai jusqu'à bout du monde, peindre en blanc si tu me le demandais. Accrocher la lune, voler la fortune si tu me le demandais. Shall I catch a shooting star? Shall I bring it where you are? If you ask me to, I will. You can set me any task, I'll do anything you ask. If you love me still, and at last, when all of life is through, I will spend eternity with you. 'Cause if you love me, really love me, nothing matters, I don't care. Oh, m'emporte si problème, mon amour, puisque tu m'aimes. I still believe that love conquers all. Cause if you love me, really love me, nothing matters, darling. I won't Thank you and goodbye.
As beautiful as it became. And this is going to be the one. Oh, that's beautiful. Keep playing. Keep playing while I'm getting yeah, well, Ready? Just For the switch. Hang
It's
on.
up and down.
I really can't stay.
It's cold outside.
I gotta go away.
Baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
Dropped in.
so very nice.
Hold your hands, they just like ice.
My mother will start to worry.
What's your hurry?
My father will be pacing the floor.
Satisfy your place.
So really I better scurry.
Please don't
And let
hurry.
me just a cigarette more.
I'll put some records on.
The neighbors might think,
Baby, it's bad out there.
what's in the drink?
No cats to be had out
I
there.
wish I knew how
Your eyes are
to break the spell.
What's in your hat? Your hair looks swell. I thank
Say
you.
no, no.
Mind if you
I really must try.
Lady, don't go
I really must go.
outside.
Oh, baby, it's cold outside. Ah, you're very pushy, you know.
I like to think it of it. It's opportunistic. Yes.
I simply must go.
Baby, it's cold outside.
There is no.
It's cold outside.
The welcome has been
Lucky that you
so nice and warm. Master will be suspicious.
Your lips look delicious.
My brother will be there adored. My maiden at 9 is vicious. Woman, shake me just a cigarette more. Stop. It's cold.
I've got
I forgot my words. Say, lend me a coat. But don't you see?
How can you do this thing to me? It's bound to be told tomorrow.
At least there'll be the imply.
If you
Can stay. But baby, it's cold.
only good I was good.
And that guy is only good.
Amen.
Amen.
Glory. Glory to God. Hallelujah.
We're always going to remember
Praise
this
the Lord.
New Year's Eve in the bunker.
Thank you for joining, for
Thank you for
enduring our singing.
That was fun. Okay, it's your turn now. I'll take the piano and you're going to do this love.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but let me get to the piano.
Warming up. Ready?
Do that on the stage.
Something very strange happening to me. I can hear her name in the whisper of the breeze. Could this be love? Could this be love? My heart is on a flutter, and it's Mr. B. Words I try to utter, and it really leaves me. Could this be love? If this is love, that's happening to me. It feels like magic has put a spell on me. I want to hold her and take her to the stars up and above. Be forever with me forever.
Something very strange.
Oh yeah.
Coursing through
Okay,
my veins.
I need to stand up for this, right?
But we can't see
Oh
you.
yeah, true.
If you want to see that part of your body,
ready?
and
Something very strange is coursing through my veins. You're in my dream. Could this be love?
now she's here beside me, nothing more to say.
And nothing more to say, speak love. Could this be love? Is it I'll never let her go. And when I find her, I'll never let her go. And then I tell her that I love her so.
This happy feeling.
This happy feeling. Hot with joy and ecstasy, I found life's meaning. This is love. Free my God, love. Free my God.
Now I've found her, I'll make her my life my destiny.
And now I found my destiny. Could this be Okay, so
do it with Vlad.
This is
Go on, do it with Vlad.
Could this be love? I thought this feeling I knew that feeling. This is love.
When you come to see encounters, you'll sing that perfectly, or else that one is here.
Or else I'll be out in the streets. Thank you so
Okay,
much, guys.
you're welcome, sweetheart. Now we've got Vlad doing.
I'm really sorry, we do have to
quickly,
go now.
just quickly do Nick.
Yeah, but I need the lyrics, just in case. Alright, can you give me the lyrics? Just in case. I know it, but it seems to be there. He doesn't want to pour the money.
Yeah, with your profession. Oh, for God's sake, it's Christmas New Year.
Is it?
Hold on. Yes. It seems it's the protection that you in your touch. It's my perfection. Darling, please. Should be in your script.
Just a second.
Hang on, can we do screen sharing?
Yeah, you can.
No, you're trying to find it. It's
Okay.
really complicated.
Yeah.
And we're having a party here, guys.
Here's the mic.
Glad you're better. I've asked the way you spoke to me.
Lauren, so do you really not drink?
No, I don't. I don't.
Should I still leave it here with you?
Pardon?
Should I still leave it here with you?
No, you take it. No, I mean, I won't drink it. Martin can have it. Do you drink? Do you drink?
If Martin can have it. If Martin can have it, then yeah, we're happy. Yeah.
What's that? I don't know who that is.
Do you remember what part the song is? With dinner. What part?
I don't know who that is. Somebody's coming in and asking. Anyway.
Do you know what part is my song where exactly?
Yeah.
It
seems like
Hey there, cutie.
No, that's Samsung.
Yeah.
So it's after outside the garden area. We're just counters, songs.
I'm 15.
No, she seems a lot older. So wise. But I always thought you were a lot older than that.
No, but I feel you. I feel this year.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Right. Glad to do with song that, but will you be able to hold the...
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sure.
This is Nick's song, Your Eyes.
That day, Joy was good.
Okay.
This is the protection that you used to hide the feelings in your heart and to withhold from my affection. May keep you safe from the pain it may start. But when you turn around to face me, I still believe you're mine. And if I thought you didn't love me, I wouldn't waste your time. For if you try to hide your love inside, I still believe I can see it in your eyes. For they still reveal the love you need. You just can't know this guy. There is no point to anymore. In a day or two, I'll be off and on my way. I want you to be here when I return. Promise me, you in my heart, I will stay. But if you want to say it's over, just get only the skies that love is. So if you know the height of love inside, I still believe I can see it in your eyes. No, there's no way to know the hide away the love me. It's just a disguise.
Angels, what can I say? So there you go. Happy New Year's Eve, guys. Couldn't have asked for better. Anybody else who wants to come to the bunker, you're welcome. We have open house. We're doing a Denmark. You know what a Denmark is?
No.
Denmark never had any, you know. They never Denmark said no. That's what we're doing in Denmark.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, apparently you told me about Denmark, I think. We're having a wonderful time here celebrating. So, yeah. So we'll be bringing in the new year together because they're going now. But I'm going to go and have a rest. And this is going to go streaming.
On and on forever.
We're going to be able to watch it over and over and over. Bulgarian.
Yes. Надявам се, че харесахте нашето време. Беше абсолютно I'm just telling you some things you said. Така че благодаря ви. Беше много приятно. novo. Inače, Vodilom TV ще продължава. Тази вечер празнични ще продължава и през следващите дни. Така че до скоро. Аз съм Владимир ще се радвам да се видим отново.
Thank you so much. These are my family. Apparently we're breaking the law. Because you get, was it charitable or something? You came for it because I'm on my own. You were like, it's like you come from a charity. You work for a charity. You got, was it charity said? Something about charity. Where you're allowed to come to someone's house.
The charity purposes.
They're here because they all work for a charity. Yeah.
For the charity purposes.
You work charitable purposes because I asked for some company because I'm not allowed to be on my own all the time. Definitely not in the new year.
Yeah.
So no one's breaking any laws. Thank you very much. This is a charitable cause. You're allowed to do it.
Unfortunately.
Thank God. Wow. But it's so grateful to see you guys, so I don't have to be on my own again. And yeah, sure. Sorry, what did you say? Something to do with charity. You're allowed to visit people. Yeah, well, you live around the corner, so you know. It's really good to see you at long last. Shame you've all been working overseas and I've missed you. You've all been working overseas and you managed to get back. It's amazing. Oh, it's so amazing did you had to wear a mask on the plane and everything? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, they came back for me especially, wore a mask on the plane, because we all live around the same area, but you have to go back again to work, because you need. I'm so excited. I love you guys so much. Have a wonderful new year. Okay, guys, I'll be back soon. This is going to scream regularly. Love you guys. Bye. You've got to go back now to your charity.
Charity?
You need to go back. But, you know, when you go to that airport, you know, when you do your mask thing, for God's sake, go like that. Sorry, I'm not supposed to say that, but you know, when you go on the airplane, I don't know how you can go on an airplane. How do you do it? How do you go on an airplane wearing a mask?
By God's grace, anything is possible. Praise God.
So you're going back to help the Nigerians, like you were. Take care, lots of love. They're leaving me. They've got to get back to.
Yes.
Take care, guys. I will be back soon.
He was like
my.
Because the other thing.
We'll be moving continuously because they're all over the place. But apparently they're allowed to come here, charitable causes, so that's why we're here tonight, because of the charity, because I needed some charity, some support tonight. And that's why we're all together. Thank you. Okay. I'm not breaking any rules. Take care, guys. I'll speak to you soon. Bye. That's
sur ne peut s'écouiller. Et la terre peut bien s'écouiller. Oh, m'emporte si tu m'aimes. J'aime tout le monde entier. And the sea suddenly run dry. You love me, love me. Nothing matters, darling. I won't care. J'irai jusqu'à bout du monde, tiendrai en blonde, si tu me le demandais. Accrocher la lune, voler la fortune, si tu me le demandais.
Okay, that's quite a short pause.
And then I go back, okay?
Right.
I go back
So this
to,
is the other thing.
actually it's the same. Da 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 da. No, it's the same. I don't know why Francis said it wasn't. I just sing it in English.
Oh, okay. So
You
you
just
sing the
carry
same
on.
bit in
Yeah, I don't
English,
know why we've had problem with that. So,
Actually, that
shall I
phrase-
catch a shooting star? Shall I bring it to it? It's exactly the same. You ask me to, I will. You can set me. What's nice is that Nick actually transposed all the music and put all the chords already, hasn't he? When you try. It's the first part I just want it out. In the okay, now.
Okay, see what? Now the way that one's structured, there's an instrument verse.
It actually completely, it's like there's an extra
actually, you know, actually, you know,
I think well, with Natasha, we did a song, didn't we? I love something. Whatever you feel like. Anything you feel like just la 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 la.